Soft pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this is a part of the meeting that we open it up for anybody that has an issue or something that is not on the agenda, which if you're here and you're not on the agenda, I can't believe it because there's enough on here. So anyway, if you have the opportunity to speak and bring up whatever you want to talk about or item, we can't act on it, but we can take it under advisement and talk about it at our next meeting. So is there anybody that's got anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, good. Megan, I don't know how you got to be first, but you're first.
I have a meeting. Okay. We just need our county contractual service agreement signed. I gave it last fall, but I'm not sure if it got to you guys.
I'll never seen it.
I don't either. So I just wanted to be sure and come up here and make sure. There's two pages like that and the other thing.
Okay, so this is just a renewal of what we,
Yeah.
the contract we have with Purdue.
Yes.
And,
We just mail it back up to them and it's just a formality.
This should be one in the packet in
oh,
there.
okay. It's something we sign every year and we have to do that with Purdue. Any comments, Randy or Greg?
No.
I'll entertain a motion to allow me to sign this so that for the year 2023, so.
I'll make the motion to re-sign the contract.
Randy makes a motion, Greg?
I'll second.
Greg seconds that and I'll make that unanimous, so. What is that?
I think it's 18.
Yes.
Speaking of that, how's the 4-H done?
Good. We had, we went to Orange County on Monday for So Much Fun. Your grandson went with us. So we had like 30 kids from all over our area too. We did like snow activities and then we were supposed to go snow tubing at Paley Peaks in the afternoon, but it's too warm.
You make sure she gets a copy of that too.
Okay, do you want me to just give it to you now or do you want me to email it
Let
to
me
you?
do that. Just email it.
Okay, perfect.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you, appreciate it. Moving along, Mr. Evan with our insurance carrier here. Evan Freeman's from Evansville. Kind of funny, Evan and Evansville, but anyway, he's here to answer any kind of questions we would have for any county employees about how the transition of the insurance happened. And actually, I'm going to just ask you, Evan, can you just give us, scenario of what happened and the dates and timeline of when the commissioners knew and how we reacted and.
Yeah, I mean, there's a process we go through, and again, my firm, Freeman Niemeyer, represents the county for their health insurance, and then BJ Watts, I'm sure a lot of you guys know, is the agent on the county, and BJ had another obligation in Indianapolis, so he sent me here. But our process we go through every year is we get the information from your captive carrier, United Healthcare at the time. We got those numbers from them, the renewal, October 19th of this year, and they gave Scott County almost a 35% rate increase, which in dollar terms is about $650,000 increase from where it was before. We had very bad claims this year, so at that time, right around then, I came up on actually October 19th, and we talked about the possibility. At that time, we didn't know what the rates were going to be, but we saw the claims data. We talked about the possibility the rates might be bad. Here's the process we go through. We send census data out to get competing quotes. That was all done. October 22nd, I'm sorry, November 22nd, after we got the census back from the auditor's department, on the 20th of November. We received our quotes from Cigna, from Anthem, from Humana, right around the beginning of December, December 6th through the 7th. United Healthcare reiterated they would not come down on their offer. I presented the renewal, full renewal with all the companies that we had on December 15th. That's when we got the data that's when UHC told us on the 12th they wouldn't modify their offer. You guys voted on the 21st of December to move to Cigna. At that time, and I know there's been a lot of pushback, at that time, we were not aware that Cigna and Baptist Health were failing to negotiate their contract for 2023. We didn't find that out until beginning of January. So again, you know, the commissioners voted on the 21st of December. We notified Cigna on the 22nd of December that we were switching, and then there's that whole process of getting census data uploaded, holidays in there, New Year's, everything else. We got the enrollment kit finalized with census data, working with people at the auditor's department on the 29th of December. And then we got temporary letters sent to us, and they were sent out everyone on the 3rd of December, or 3rd of January. So we work in a very, very tight schedule. It's not clean. It's this way anytime we switch carriers. I would rather not switch carriers, but when we were faced with a $650,000 increase, I don't know where the county comes up with $650,000. And yes, I wish Baptist Health was in the network. Now, we're being told that they are at the negotiation table right now. That's ongoing, and that is an improvement from where we were a week ago. A week ago, they were not talking. Now they are talking. We've got some questions into them as far as if you guys negotiate a new contract, will it retro back to 1/1, or will it start on a certain date? So we haven't gotten those answers yet, but I was telling, you know, in some conversation before with other people that have Cigna, the question is, you know, should I go ahead and switch my doctor? I would not. I would keep your doctor. It looks like this is gonna work out, and I know, Mike, you've been in communication with the president of Baptist Health and Floyd's, so.
He assured me that it's gonna get worked out.
It's gonna get worked out, so it was not clean. Our renewal's never gone this way before with Scott County. Normally BJ's here around Thanksgiving, and at that time, we just didn't have claims, we didn't have renewal data.
Yeah.
And I even brought with me, I mean, we've had phenomenal renewals with United Healthcare up until this year. They were 0% or single digits, so there was never reason to move.
Yeah.
But with a 35%, I don't think you guys had an option.
Well, I appreciate you.
How many other groups was it bid to?
How many other? Probably
At least 5 or 6.
5 or 6.
How many responded?
All of them responded. 2 of them declined, or 3 declined because of claims data.
So 3 groups included in that 5 determined that they were not gonna even offer any form of coverage.
The county had, so the way the insurance companies look at it, the insurance companies look at what are premiums paid in and what are claims that go out. And premiums paid in for calendar year 22 were approximately $1.8 million, okay? Now, insurance companies are allowed to have a little bit of a profit margin, they're about 15%. So basically, they want to see claims going back out around 1.6 million, and then they're happy. You had $3.3 million of claims that went out in 22.
Yeah.
So there was a 209% loss ratio. So unfortunately, that data has to be shared with the other carriers. They won't give us a quote unless we give it to them. And when they see a 209% loss ratio, they run for the hills. And so Cigna came to the table and gave us with dental and vision, switching to them, an 8.5% increase, which was in line with what we've been seeing in the past. So that's why the move was made.
Well, again, I'm gonna thank you as one of the commissioners, for what your company and everybody's done, because I don't think it could have happened any faster. I mean, and I know the way our meetings are set up, and I know we had some special meetings to discuss this particular subject so that we could, make sure we're ahead of the game, and we were trying to get as, you know, in front of this as we could, especially, I don't think anybody, in this county, I know as a county government, I'm sure as the council, for them to say, hey, let's find $650,000, in 2 weeks.
Right.
I'm sure they're not gonna be able to do that. And the flip of it is if we would've stayed with United Healthcare, then, the county would not have been able to absorb $650,000, so a lot of that would've went to the employees, their buy-in would have had to been more.
Yeah.
So, and this, and with going what we did, I think, I don't know on an average, but I heard some people tell me their coverage went up like $10 a you know, pay cycle.
It was
or whatever.
modest, yeah, modest
So,
increase.
so they, you know, I know some people were upset, I understand, the communication, I'll just stop there, but the communication didn't happen. And, but I will say, to echo what you were talking about, I did make a actually I sent an email to the president of Baptist Health, told him what was going on and that I was displeased and what was happening, and he actually, within 5 minutes, sent me his phone number and said, call me. So
Sure.
I called him, talked to him for 15-20 minutes, told him what our issues were, and that Baptist Floyd was a hospital that we used, you know, in this area frequent.
Yeah.
And he assured me that they were in negotiations, that it wasn't over, and that I asked him today, hey, can you give me an update? He said, I look for it to be fixed in just a few weeks. So hopefully what you've said from on the Cigna side, that they are negotiating and
We've been kind of beating up on them on their side, because again, I think it goes both ways. I mean, Cigna's position is they're negotiating to keep medical costs down. Baptist Health is negotiating because inflation is up, and it's costs, and so there's gotta be some middle ground, but we can't have 100+ employees of Scott County have to change doctors.
Yep.
And I mean, it's detrimental to everyone in doing that. And I think they realize that now. And I think that, well, I know, and Emily gets she takes a lot of the calls from from the various employees of the county. And that's one thing we've said is, we can only say so much. They really don't care what we say, but if a patient comes and says, hey, I'm gonna have to switch doctors, I mean, you get enough people that make some noise, and that's what's gonna push them to the negotiation table. Maybe that's why they are where they are right now, because they weren't that close a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And now they are.
You got any questions?
No, I just wanna tell you thank you for coming in tonight and explaining the
Well,
situation that.
Anything we can do, again, we feel horrible about the way it went, and I know people have called us and said, this should have happened sooner, but again, we didn't get final numbers until the middle of December. I mean, that's just where we were at. And again, my hope is Baptist Health gets in network, we have a great claims experience with Cigna this year, and we don't have to mess with this again next year.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been lucky with United for a number of years, and that's always been our goal, so.
Well, I appreciate you, and Emily, I appreciate you taking calls and, taking my call as well too, so, and actually, I wanna appreciate you, what you did with United Healthcare with my claim last year, so.
Oh, okay.
So-
I don't remember, there's been
Well,
a lot since then.
I worked for UPS and they had United Healthcare.
I remember, now I
came
remember,
on-
yes.
I took county insurance, they had United Healthcare, so they actually canceled me out, didn't pay anything, and then
I do
helps to
remember,
you, you went back and said, hey, he was double covered
Yeah.
with the same company, so, but anyway, I appreciate you doing it for me. Anybody else? Attorney?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, I
I think
appreciate
it's
it.
fair to say that you saved the county a huge amount of money,
Well,
and
that's,
you really helped the employees out.
that was our goal. I just, again, it wasn't as clean as it should have been, but
I-
we'll move on from
One
that.
thing, what's the difference between Cigna's number and United Healthcare's number that they would not budge on?
About 650,000, or no, well, between Cigna's and they're about $500,000. Because we did have a slight increase, about 8.5%, but versus 35, 36, that's about a $500,000 difference on the premiums.
And annually, we usually expected like single digit.
That's what we've
Did you
had.
guys meet then?
We've had,
Can what?
we've had throughout the
Did you meet
years,
Emily?
we had a
Okay.
No.
1.8, a
That's
5,
who you
a
usually talk
0, 6.5, a 3, a 0, 4.7, 5.7, and then a 35.
Is that for them?
Okay?
That and the signed contract.
Thank you. Oh, hang on, she just handed me something
It's
there.
probably for me.
It is, it's for you.
What's a check?
It's probably for me.
Looks like it's
It's
for
not
me.
for me.
Yeah, it's not right now to us.
Yeah.
It's a binder check for Cigna that Cigna requires, so.
Okay.
I know that the county has an insurance committee. Is that, like, what's the purpose of that? To talk about these kinds of things and?
Actually,
Advisory board.
yeah,
Yeah,
I've been on that since I've been a commissioner, but I think I've met one time
Right,
in that
maybe that's something that.
6 years, but yeah, I mean, usually what we do is, they do the same thing, they bring it to us and say, hey, we all sit down as a committee and said, how much, and usually what that committee does more than anything is determine how much the county's gonna absorb and not pass on to the employees.
Right.
So it's usually in how much, hey, we're gonna take all the hit.
I think the idea generally is you would approach a committee, but just to be clear, the dates that we received the final information, we had 16 days.
I know, I was here for those meetings, I understand that. I'm just saying, like,
And
we have a lot of new elected officials, new department heads, like, what is the purpose, like, some people may not even know we have an insurance
Yeah.
committee.
Yeah, we do, but I don't know the function of it, other than what I just said.
once we have only 2 offers,
Right.
and one offer, with substantially similar coverage is $600,000 less than the other.
No, I totally get it, because as a department head now, I have to figure out how to absorb an 8.5% increase of group insurance on my budget, so.
Yeah,
I get it.
but anyway, I think you're exactly right as far as how that board probably needs to meet. I think we're probably looking at negotiating other insurance, so I mean, and not health insurance, but and that is something that board would need to sit and talk about. But yes, I have been on that board for 6 years, and I think I met once, so.
Yeah, and we typically, for Cigna this year, we won't get that renewal number from Cigna till early November.
Oh, I know that.
So there's really nothing you can do before November 1st or 2nd. They won't release any numbers until you're 60 days before the end of the year. They wanna make sure that they've seen as much claims data as they possibly can see, so they hold it out to the very last minute. And then once we get that, we have to get census data, and then by the time we gather that, that's another couple weeks, you submit that. It's a 2-week process to get competing PIDs back. It just, everything gets crammed at the end of the year. So I would love to deal with this in June and July, but they won't even talk to us then.
I mean, we would too, because as department heads, we have to submit our
Exactly.
budget in June and July, so.
It's a mess. We're dealing with health insurance, and that's just the world we live in.
Well, it's like Evan said though, historically, we've been a 0 increase or single digits, and to be,
We saw the claims data going through, and the loss ratios were rising every time we'd look at it. So that's why we kinda had that initial meeting, like, guys, it may be bad, but we don't know. We don't know what it's gonna be, and even at that time when we had that special meeting, I even said, with the loss ratios we're seeing, I could see a 100% rate increase.
or they just drop us.
Or they just say, forget it, I don't want you guys anymore, so.
So, Evan, that's one of the things, so was Scott County unique in this substantial increase, or did all counties?
I'll tell you what, we take care of, how many health plans, 100, let's just say, in the area of southern Indiana, maybe a few more, maybe a little bit more than that. Our average increase was 20%, average. Now, we had one client that had 109, we had some with 50s, we had some with 60s, we had some with 2s and 3s, so, but our average was 20% this year. It was not a good claims year, and I don't know if that's just inflation's creeping into those numbers, they're using inflation as an excuse to drive the numbers up, whatever, but we normally have a situation where if they give us a 35, I had some 35s that we negotiated down, but I have to have competing bids. So when we go back and I can bring to them 2, 3, 4 other competitors that are giving us great numbers, then they come down. We went back to them with Cigna only, but UHC lost their rear end on Scott County. I mean, they basically lost almost $2 million on this plan. They're like, we can't come down. And to be honest, again, to see a 35, which is horrible, I thought it was gonna be worse than that. I was shocked that it was that number. I thought it was gonna be much worse, but we need competing numbers, and we just couldn't get them this past year. normally we do. And UHC's always asked us in the past, they'll give us a number and say, this is a non-compete number. We want you to not bid it out. We still bid it out. We feel like you've gotta keep them honest. And that's what we've been able to negotiate them down. So when I went through that stream of renewals, we had some 0s and 3s. They didn't start there. They started at 15 or they started at 12 and we got them down to a 0. This was just the year we couldn't do it. Claims data was too bad.
All right,
Thanks.
appreciate you driving all the way from Evansville.
Our
Thank you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks, everybody.
nice meeting you, Emily.
You too.
All right. Josh Caldwell's not here, but he, I think he's talked to all three commissioners about, this situation with, his contractual contract, with a cleaning crew. This is the one that you and I talked about, Zach, that he said that he was it's the same amount that his other contractor had, and he's gonna use a different company.
It's behind that.
So this is not the HVAC,
No,
It's
this is,
behind the HVAC.
okay, because I think there are two.
There's
There are two.
it's where,
So the SNL heating and cooling though is
that is another,
that's the maintenance contract.
that's correct.
So that's what this is. I don't know. The other,
Oh, I'm sorry, here's the other one.
yeah, I've seen that.
So anyway, I guess I'll jump ahead of the thing here, but let's talk about the cleaning contract here first, so. You know what we're talking about, Randy, and
Yeah, actually,
I'm sure he called.
so we, when I say we, Josh had a cleaning service, Lust for Dust, that was in here cleaning. They wanted out of their contract with the county. And so the last, about a month or so, we haven't had cleaning service, maybe 2 months.
Yeah.
And, so anyway, he did talk to, another company, I forgot their name.
It's like Brent Canepa.
Brent Canepa's the owner, I don't know what he calls his company. But anyway, and he agreed to do it for the same amount of money and everything.
Everything stays the same.
Everything stays the same.
Everything's the
He has
same.
insurance.
I think, previously there were, again, it's not required under the statutes, but there was, various quotes received. The lowest quote was, I think, $2,000 a month. You'll see in the contract, the new contract with the new service, it's exactly the same, $2,000 a month. So everyone else who previously was notified about it quoted it higher.
So when you look at the cost that he's getting this for and we figure in, if we hired another employee with insurance and so on and so forth, he would be up above this cost. So he's saving the county by going this route, and he just wants to renew the contract. I'm assuming we'll have to get, insurance information from Brent Canepa and make sure that's on file and get Lust for Dust out of there if it's still showing up, but other than that, it's.
I agree. Craig, you got any comments?
No, I've talked to Josh about it.
All right, well, I'll entertain a motion to, I guess, eliminate the contract with Lust for Dust and accept a contract for, it doesn't sound here what his company's name is. I'll just say Brent and Lisa Canepa.
And I think that contract with Lust for Dust just expired.
It is a year-to-year contract,
Yeah,
so
so
I
I think you just need to sign it.
Okay, I'll accept a motion to accept a new contract for Brent Canepa to clean the courthouse.
I'll make that motion.
Randy makes a motion to accept a new contract. Greg?
I'll second.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so. Alright, that's it. Moving on to the SNL building maintenance contract, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what this is, so is anybody familiar with what this is?
It is a renewal of a regular contract for maintenance and services of some of the HVAC systems that are in the different buildings. I think the price went up a small amount, but we added 3 buildings. I think we added EMS, health departments, and, I can't remember the third building, but we did add some buildings, so I'm expecting an increase.
They come out like twice a year and service all of our stuff and clean and make sure it's all working
Filters.
properly.
Well, it looks like the new contract looks to be for $26,913.98, so. Any comment, Randy or Greg? Looks like it's for the courthouse, the old jail, the new jail, corrections, health department and EMS. So looks like almost all of our buildings except for the county highway.
I would say that, there's not too many people in Scott County right now can perform this service. At least it's a vendor here inside the county. We could have Miller Heating and Cooling do it, but he just joined our council, so that puts him out of the pot. And since he's been doing it, he's familiar with our equipment and has all of our information, I would go ahead and make a motion to keep this contract.
Greg, you got any comments for him? All right, Randy has made a motion to continue with S&L Electric and Cooling for $26,913.98 for preventive maintenance on, like I said, the courthouse, the old jail, the new jail, I think corrections, yes, corrections, health department, EMS. So Randy makes a motion, Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so. I guess is there one here I'm supposed to sign? Okay, Amanda.
You sign this?
Yeah, I signed the last page. This one's signed page two. What you got?
Well, it says court appointments, but it's board appointments for my advisory board. I came to you guys
I
last
wondered
year,
about that, cause
and we had 7 open. Of course, I know the new county council, they will pick their own appointment for me, but it is on your guys' list. The director of DCS will also pick her own designee. But I need a victim, an educator, a mental health provider, and 4 lay people. You guys had told me to kind of go and get some names just in case. So with the board, we came up with a couple of different names of people that I had reached out to. The only one I hadn't actually personally talked to was one of my educators, was Casey Brewster, but I talked to his daughter, and she said he probably would more than likely. So that's the only one I haven't spoke with, but if you guys have anybody on your list that wanna be on boards, that's fine too. We just need those 7 positions filled for my advisory board.
okay, so that brought up a great question because, again, as long as I've been on this board, I think last year we tabled that because everybody's like, who makes up that board? So, so you're telling us that the commissioners have 7 appointees on that board?
It's a very large board.
Well, I think there's like 14 people or something like that.
So there's some people that are put on it automatically because of their position in the county. Your guys' board appointments is either a victim or a victim advocate, a mental health provider, an education administrator, so it could be from either Austin or Scottsburg, and then 4 lay people.
Can you, this is exactly what we needed because no one ever knew what that criteria was, so can you leave the criteria?
You guys have a copy of it, you should
So
have
we
a
have-
copy of it in your file, I think. If not, I can leave mine for you.
Might be here. That's it.
I may not.
No, we did not.
She said she might have emailed it
So
to
are
you
these,
guys, but
these are the people that are on the board already,
those are the current board members, yes.
and these are the ones that we can appoint. And this is the list of people you,
I have spoke to all of them but Mr. Brewster from Scottsburg.
okay. Well, I'm gonna make a recommendation here that we table this particular item until our next meeting so that we can everybody look at, you don't have it, Randy.
Yeah, I know.
So anyway, can I keep this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm
Have a
gonna keep
copy of
this and we're gonna table this till our next meeting so that we can, look at some of the, possible people. And then
Okay.
some of them you've already, looks like entertained, so.
I have spoke to them and they said yes, if you guys made the motion to accept them, they would gladly sit on the board, but,
Okay,
so.
alright,
The next thing that I have is, a new position. It's a pretrial case manager, which we currently basically are already doing it, in our office, but it's just passed on to people that it should not be passed on to. We need the position to be filled. I asked for it in my grant, but due to having an open position last year, they would give me no more money in my grant. So I have half of the funds are available in my user fee funds, to cover this grant, and then I also spoke with the IRAX provider through the jail. So this person actually would work, it's a county employee, but he would work some with the jail population when we get those pretrial services out of the jail to continue the treatment that they're gaining inside of the jail. So they would gonna cover half of that salary as I would cover half of that salary. When I spoke with, my state, representative, he said the reason why I didn't get the full position was because I didn't, have all my other positions filled, which I'm working on those currently. I have filled one and I still have one open currently.
okay, so you had 2 openings, I guess, when you filed for the,
Yes, and I have reached out to my advisory board currently, a couple of my advisory board members, and asking them permission to fill my other open position that I have. And then we would create a new position. I kind of spoke with Zach a little bit about it when he came into the office. We'd have to sign a contract, with the IRAX team so that they would actually pay my bill when I billed them, so that they would actually, turn in a bill to the auditor and quiet us into our, personal funds account, so.
so what is a pretrial case manager?
So she or he would cover anybody who is on pretrial release. So if they are on home detention, that would be her caseload. So currently, right now, we have 14 of those. We have anywhere from 14 to 25 people on a caseload, depending upon risk level and all of those things, to be in the community. So this person would actually work hand in hand with the IRAX team to make sure that they're doing all of the treatments that they have provided with them. We do jail assessments with them every morning, so every new person that gets arrested inside of the jail, one of my girls are doing an assessment with them to see like what their bond could possibly look like. And then we send that to the judge, and the judge determines what bond possibly looks like for that person. So sometimes we never see those people in our program, but sometimes we do see those people in our program. But this person would just be completely working over top of those.
So you said you were down 2 people and you're down 1 person now.
Yes.
Do you still have the funding for the 1 person you're still trying to hire?
Yeah, it's through my grant.
Okay, so that's through your grant. This pretrial case manager that's an additional to that, correct?
Yes, I currently have a part-time position in my user fee funds. So my part-time portion would cover all of it, and then they would cover the second part of that.
Okay, so you're saying, and I don't know who this is.
They be in the sheriff's department?
No, it's the IRAX department, the
Okay.
IRAX team. I would bill through Thrive, and they would take it to the IRAX
Okay.
group in the,
So who, I'm going backwards here a little bit, but who has, I guess, acknowledged or said we need another pretrial case manager, or?
I did take this to my board and they approved the position. Then I just have to, they approved that we did need this position in our office.
Okay. Randy, you got it?
Do you have a MOU with,
We do not yet,
Alright.
once I came here and created the position, then I was gonna get with Zach, and before I then go to the council and then get with Zach and make all of that before we ever started hiring for that position. So we would have an MOU with them, and then we would also have a contract with them so that they would make sure that the bill is paid.
okay,
Greg, you got anything? No. I'm gonna ask to table this until I can, I mean, this is new to me, so I was trying to figure out, what it is and ask some questions of the board and see what their thoughts are. And to get me back up a second, you're talking about half of the money you have or you can get, and the half, who's paying the other half?
IRACs, through Scott County Thrive, through IRACs.
Okay. So does this have anything to do with, Thrive asking for, case managers for the, through the grant?
This is through the pilot grant that they have right now in the 5 different counties that they're
Mhm.
hoping to open throughout the rest of the state inside of the jails.
Okay, so I know
So-
he came to us asking for some money, for, I guess, not in jail, but out of jail, once they hit the sidewalk, that, they would have case managers that would be
And
with
this
them,
is
but
not
you were saying
actually
it's
through, it's through IRACs, so
Mental health
whatever.
America. It's not state.
Yes, it is
Mental
through
health.
the Mental Health America, thank you. Megan.
Okay, so it's, okay, all right.
So.
Well, let us take it under advisement and, we'll talk about it at our next meeting, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. You just want to come up next, come on.
I'm not next.
Oh, you're not
No,
next,
I got.
Missy. I told you to talk fast. I told you to talk
I
fast.
do talk fast, so. Alright, so I made packets for everybody except for Zach, sorry about that. Alright, so.
Sorry about missed you.
No, that's okay, I'll forgive you this time.
All right.
I was saying, okay, so the first thing on here is the Board of Finance, which the 3 commissioners and me make up that. So this is the county finance report, so the total interest for all the banks that I take care of, for 2022 was $70,502.12. We are still currently using American Financial Credit Services, and they collect all the delinquent personal property tax. They mail out the letters for the past 5 years, attempting to collect all of that. This contract can be void at any time with no additional cost. The amount that they collected last year was $60,276.15, and since we have hired them, like in August of 2014, they've collected $286,165.25.
I'm gonna ask a question for you going forward.
Okay.
On that, is that revenue or money that we would have never got?
Yeah,
So we would have never seen that
I've never
because
seen it, no. Yeah.
okay, well, good.
So we still use West Banco, New Washington State Bank, and Stockyards as our collection sites for the spring and fall taxes. Those statements are set to go out the first week of April. They have the spring and the fall coupons on those. I know we mail them together, which a lot of people get confused and say they lost them. They just don't realize they're on there together, but if we mailed them for the spring and for the fall, it'd be an additional like $6,000. So that's why we only do it once a year.
And there's no way of doing any of that online.
Not that I know of yet. I mean, there may be some companies out there that I'm not aware of.
I'm just curious in this day and age,
Yeah.
with paper trails and everything else, is there not a, cause, I'm not, and you'd probably know more than I would know about that, but I was just kinda curious if there was a way to do it online and not, cause I know now you can pay it, like, debit card or
Yeah.
whatever.
And the credit card company that we use, they charge 2.95%, which isn't too bad, but
A lot of people prefer that, so.
yeah, they
Go
would.
ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. So, okay, on the second page is all of the bank balances as of December the 31st. Do you want me to read through those and go through
You
those
can if you
with you?
want.
Okay, so Bank One, which is at West Banco, which we pay our claims out of, it always has a balance of $250,000. The other one is the sweep account at West Banco, that there's $17,144,203.21. West Banco number 4 is the payroll, $330,680.01. Bank 5 at West Banco is our tax and credit cards only. There's $648,536.90. New Washington money market account, there's $52,943.42. At Stockyards, there's $769,740.02. And New Washington tax account, $680,964.51. And Old National, which does the excise, has $873,331.79.
Good.
So pretty good on all those. So the other thing that I have, which we have never did since I've been in this position, is the outstanding checks or the stale checks.
What's that mean?
So these are like checks, like in behind that page that's like highlighted, because that gives you the IC codes of what qualifies for that. Like I've got Bank 1 and Bank 4 in there, so the claims, like everything on this first sheet, because I think it's back to 2011, those can be just gotten rid of. I gave Debbie and Jennifer,
So what you're saying, there's checks that have been written, but they never
have
cashed
been
them.
cashed.
So
Yeah.
aren't those after 6 months or whatever, 18 months or something?
Yeah, I
they
think it's
drop
18
off?
months, they can drop off, but this helps us get rid of them out of the system, so we don't have to carry them over every month, so. There's quite a few on there, and if you girls have any questions about like how I highlighted and everything, just let me know what I meant by it. There's quite a few on there with quite a few names, so.
Don't be looking for your name.
Neither Mike, yours is on there.
I know it.
So, and there's quite a few, there's not as many on the payroll, most people cash those checks, so, but, in Jennifer and Debbie's packet, I gave them instructions from MVP, how to get rid of the claims checks and the payroll, so, since we'd never done that before.
I'm gonna ask a question here. Maybe it's an attorney question too. If there's somebody on this that we've issued them a check but they never cashed it, is that like what the state does every once in a while? They said you're owed money and.
Oh, with the unclaimed funds?
You wanna see this? I'm just curious if, I'd hate to post this someplace or.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them that's really older, like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
There's one here for $1,000. I mean, I'm sure they're not missing that, are they?
Well, I would be, but I mean.
Actually, two, same person.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is that if someone out here maybe misplaced a check that they didn't know they misplaced or something, and you know, because I see a lot of money here.
Yeah, there is quite a bit.
Some of it's payroll, like you said, and have they not cashed that check or something, or?
Yeah, so it's like, as of December, it's like 2 years prior to that, so nothing can, from like 2020 can be gotten rid of, it's everything before that.
Okay. All right, I know, you know what.
So hopefully nobody's just hanging on to a check that long, I mean.
Well, it makes you wonder, some of these people don't live here anymore.
No, but they work for the county.
Yeah, they worked for the
so-
county at one time, so.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
you're talking about the unclaimed property fund with the Attorney General?
Yes, but these looks like, this one's claims and this one's payroll. That payroll checks that were issued to people that they never cashed. And some of these guys still work here, so that's why I'm wondering.
Who?
I mean,
Well, I mean, if it's payroll, I think that, you know,
They're probably taking.
they're owed the money.
they're owed the money, yeah,
Whether or not
but that's why I said,
But I think a check, is it good for 18 months or is it 2 years?
that particular check,
Yeah.
here, look,
potentially, look at that, but
I mean, that's scary. Some of those people are,
I mean, but when the check was wrote, like, if it was wrote in 11, I mean, the funds have already closed for that year, so there's no way of, you know, getting that back.
I'm not trying to answer this question.
he's stumped. I mean, some of those people are still active employees,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and one of them just retired.
You're even on it.
I probably am, I probably owe the most.
I mean, I think
I'll
yours
just
is,
donate it back.
I mean, it depends upon a lot of, like, again, probably how old the claim would be, in terms of like a paid wage.
I'm just saying, how do you notify those people and say, hey,
I don't think we do notify them. I
that's what I'm
mean,
saying, I just don't know how it works.
yeah, I don't think we do notify them. I don't think we have to notify them.
I don't think that
I mean,
there's
because the money's
an
already
obligation.
been spent for that year, so there's no way to.
So what you're saying is when you closed out that year, then it's wiped off, it's just,
Yeah,
wow, okay. Okay.
You lost that $50, buddy.
Dang. I know what that probably was, something we don't get paid anymore.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. That's exactly what
It's
it
a
was.
phone stipend. Anyway. Alright, go right ahead.
alright, so you guys have any other questions on that, stale checks or anything?
So technically, just to clear my head,
Mm-hmm,
13, 15, 18, 20, whatever, all these dates, except for the current year,
yeah,
it doesn't matter if they know they got a check out there or not, the funds have been zeroed out and they can't claim it anymore.
they will be, whenever, you know, they do that process, but like the 21s and the 22s, those are still valid, they can still, you know, cash those, but like if they have any 19s or 20s, then.
How come we've never cleared these out before?
So State Board of Accounts brought that to my attention.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, there's always somebody, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
So we're supposed to be doing this every year.
Mm-hmm,
It's just like purchase order closeouts, I mean,
yeah,
you can't wait and,
But you're saying that, these people were issued the check, they just never cashed
never
it?
cashed it.
Wow,
No.
alright, moving on.
Okay, so the other thing I have, it's not on the agenda, but it's with, an auto agent, it's the last paper that's in your thing. So I didn't know if we could talk about that or discuss it, or if I need to come to the next one. Cause it is a contract that I was going to ask about. So what auto agent is that they're a web-based tax collection agency, so what they do is, everybody that has escrow, we have, 3 major companies, we have Loretta, Wells Fargo, and, this one brain dead. CoreLogic. So those are our 3 major escrow companies. What this company does, they deter from our double payments. People generally don't know they have an escrow, and they'll come in and they'll pay their taxes, or they'll send a payment in through the mail. So what happens at the end of the year, these ladies will have to write them a tax surplus. So I had Mandy pull me a report. So for last year, like, these are all the checks that they wrote to everybody that overpaid. So
those were reimbursements.
so they're reimbursements, and like, you know, if they overpay like in May, they don't get a check until December or November, whenever they do that. So it was $22,685.65 last year. So that just hangs there until they mail out the checks. So, this company does away with all that overpayment and stuff. There's no cost to the county, so I don't think I'll have to go before the commissioners. What they do, and they charge the escrow company, so they charge each parcel 50 cents per installment. So it's like, if you only have one parcel, then you're gonna get charged maybe $1. I'm sure the company's gonna try to somehow get their money back, but there won't be any double payments, them having to issue checks, us scratching our heads.
So this is a software that you would have,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, if it's a benefit to you and
I think it will
to
be,
taxpayers, then
cause I know like Chrissy in the office, she's the one that does it now, so like once she's in the computer and she gets, you know, a file from CoreLogic, which is our biggest one, they're like over $1 million in taxes every installment. Once she gets in the computer, she can't get out and answer the phone or wait on somebody on the counter, she's gotta sit there and concentrate, like with this, they say it's done in 5 or 10 minutes, which would be great.
and it's no cost to the,
No cost to the county, like the escrow companies are the ones that eat it.
what's your thoughts?
No brainer?
Yeah, I mean, you know, accountants are expensive and anybody doing that kind of work, I mean,
Yeah.
these software, that they have out now for these programs are, they're
Yeah.
valuable right now.
Yeah, they are.
Everybody's using them, so.
Yeah, and they do have, they have 18 of the Indiana counties now, which I think it's just now starting to grow. But I did email all of the counties that have it and they all love it. They didn't really have anything negative to say about it. There was one that had a couple hiccups when it first started up, but other than that, everything's been smooth.
So is this something that Andrew would have to install?
No, so this company actually, there's no software installation, so
It's like a dial-in.
yeah, they upload it, with our software vendor, to Auto Agent by FTP, whatever that is, I'm not sure what that is.
Okay.
So when he sent me the agreement, he didn't have a line for you guys, which I told him, I need 3 lines on there. So he said he was gonna email you each separately, I don't know if he has done that yet or not, I just wanted like your guys' names, stuff on there, but I couldn't add anything to it.
Why don't you, cause it's not on the agenda tonight,
Yeah,
why don't
that's
you bring
fine.
it back to the next meeting
Okay.
and then you could have the form that we need to
Okay,
sign, so.
that will work.
I think it's perfectly fine, so
Okay.
I think it's, today in this age of computers and software, I mean, anything that helps you or helps the taxpayer not double pay, and then you hold their money till the end of the year,
Yeah,
so.
Do you want,
Keeps it
we
straight.
could go ahead and vote on it, that way we can just stop in and sign it when she has the paper.
Yeah, we can do that.
okay,
So I'll entertain a motion to allow her to use auto
agent,
agent,
Auto agent.
auto agent tax processing engine, so.
I'll make that motion.
Randy makes a motion to allow the treasurer to, use a new software that's free to the public, so, correct? Correct, seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so I guess just get the paperwork and we'll
Okay.
sign it.
Yeah, just let us know.
okay,
Stop anytime.
I will do. All right,
Alright.
thanks guys.
Thank you. Jamie, Miss Topi. How you doing tonight?
Good, how are you all?
Oh, fine.
Do you need one, Jennifer? Or you-
Oh,
Do you have extra? Yeah, we're good. We know this project, so we're good. So I brought Emily Jordan with me. She is the chair for our early childhood committee. And we wanted to talk to you about an exciting new project that we're involved in. Our early childhood committee is looking at implementing Story Walk, which is basically a book, a children's book. It's deconstructed. And so the signs can be anything, but we are going with aluminum, like, well, it's got all the information here, powder coated and everything, just because that's a little bit better than the wood that's gonna rot and everything. But you have these signs that are set up along a trail, and the book is deconstructed, so you have like a couple pages that are in each of the signs that have a plexiglass cover over it, and then the kids will just walk along the path. It'll encourage them to do activities, just kind of interact with their environment around them. So we got approval, we're doing this at the Austin Community Park on their trail there. And we've had some donors that are very excited about this, and they specifically requested that we do one on the courthouse lawn, which actually the whole conversation started in the committee because downtown Scottsburg is really thriving now. They're looking at like what are more activities that we can have to go along with Main Street and when we have kids here. So this is geared towards the younger, because it's early childhood and we do the Dolly Parton Imagination Library books. So I don't know if you have anything that you wanna add, cause
It's
you're
just
the-
getting parents involved and getting kids involved and having that bridge, that gap of the early learning that we have here. I mean, we're working very hard to make sure that every kid has affordable childcare in the community, which we know has been kind of a desert in the last few years. We're working on that, getting providers, eligible for vouchers, for childcare vouchers and stuff. So, it's just really bridging that early learning gap with the kiddos and with the parents to know that early childhood is important and it's a good foundation to start.
I have so these would be on like a pole that, it's not a permanent structure, these would be.
It is.
So these would be permanent.
That's why we need to get your permission, because it would be permanent. Jason Babs would install them, so it's like maybe a few feet above the ground, but I think he'd be using concrete. I don't know how those kind of things get installed,
So
but
would
yeah.
they be along a sidewalk?
That's
or
what we're
would they-
thinking.
Would they be,
Well, that's kind of what we want your vision to see, because if we're doing it on the courthouse, there's not really a path like the Austin Park where it's a walking path. It's more like points that come from the road to the courthouse. So, and there's not a sidewalk along the outside of the courthouse.
Hey, we tried.
it's not a done deal yet, so.
Well, that's not a bear we're wanting to fight. We're just wanting to get the story
Yeah.
walk here. So we wanted to see, what your vision would be for it. We would have 18 to 20 posts. So really, we would have 20 posts, that would have to, in some sort of circle or path, there's something to where you could have the book open and one page, 2 page, and 3 and 4, so they would go along together.
So we'd have 20 posts on the courtyard?
Correct, and they would be, just a little bit off the ground, so the little kids would be able to
Right.
see them and read them. And then the stories would be changed out at a minimum quarterly, but hopefully more frequently if we can get sponsors, to kind of go with holidays or things like that.
And our committee would do all of that. I mean, there's nothing that anybody else would do with the actual story walk or anything like that.
When would you have to know something?
So it's a cheaper deal if I order all 40 signs at once, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And if you need to, table it or whatever and discuss it, I'll probably still go ahead and order everything. But like, if you can know by your next meeting, just because if you guys are saying no, then we'll have to go back to the donor and say, where's the next spot in Scottsburg?
What I'm getting at is, as Randy alluded to, last year, we had proposed putting a sidewalk on the inside of the courtyard all the way around, so, and that would probably be a better place to put that instead of up around the building, because it could, tend to get busy up here, and I don't, but I'm not against it. I think it's anytime you can, get a child to read a book or something, instead of staying off an iPad, I think it's the best thing to do, but again, I think we need to go back to our original plan of seeing if we can get that sidewalk inside the perimeter of the courthouse, and I think that would be an ideal place instead of, I think the more, again, I'm repeating myself, the closer you get to the building, the more people, tend to get distracted, so, Greg, what's your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a great idea also. I think the one thing for me is to just kind of see a drawing on what this would look like.
You're more welcome to come to, when we have the office.
Yeah, and if you guys wanna meet, and kind of walk around the outside and see where an ideal location would be, and I don't know what the time frame is, like if you guys were to put in another sidewalk, we're hoping, so the Austin one, we're hoping to unveil in the spring. It would be great if we could kind of do them around the same time, so we're looking at like April time frame. Jason said it'll just take like a week to install, so, I don't know if that's like if the sidewalk around the square is gonna take a year, or, okay.
I think it was a 3 or 4 week.
Well, I mean, and even if once we have a few conversations, maybe we can figure out where the sidewalk is. We know right now where we want the sidewalk to land. Maybe we could put it in there to where you could go ahead and do them now. I do think it's a great idea. One thing I'd like to get nailed down though, on whether or not, you know, they could just be putting them into the ground.
And not with the concrete, he might be,
Without the concrete.
I'll
I'd
find
like
out
to
from
know,
Jason.
Because, and the reason I'm bringing that up is because whatever we put out there, we have to do the yard maintenance around it.
Right.
And, you know, weed eat around it and everything, which
Yeah.
add to the expense, but if it's got concrete around it, then they can just simply drive the mower around it and go on.
So you would rather have the concrete?
I'd rather have the
Okay.
concrete, because,
Okay.
yeah. Because, and also, you guys probably would too, because even though it's, you know, powder coat, you hitting that with a weed eater line, eventually it's gonna knock the powder coat off. It's a tough paint, but it's not, you know, impenetrable.
Okay, I'll find out from Jason about that.
So you don't need an answer tonight, you.
I
you just
mean,
need
yeah, we
one
would
by-
love one, but if you, if you can't give me
Well,
an
I mean,
answer, then.
I think, you know, I'm all for it, I just, like I said, it's where to put it, and then again, like I said, if we had the outside sidewalk where we, you know, thought we were gonna have it, it would have been ideal. So if you're talking 20 posts, how far away are you putting them?
It could be whatever, I mean.
With the Austin Park, we're kind of strategically placing them by the benches so that if you do have a grandparent with a child, they can sit down, or, you know, anybody that would want to sit down and the child looks at the book, or, and so we really haven't mapped out at Austin yet where we're gonna put those. That's something that we're gonna do at our next meeting in February.
So if you're talking a 3 to 5 year old, if you put it 20 feet away, they're probably lost their attention span by the time they get to the next post, so.
Yeah, and with us having 20 posts, I mean, that's a good amount too, that we would be able to do them maybe 5 to 8 feet apart. And they're gonna have activities, so how we're gonna do this is the book is gonna be open, they'll read the book obviously, but then on the corners, we're gonna have like activities the parents would do with the children while they're at that post. And then the next post, like fine motor activities where they touch your toes or put your arms out, or, you know, something like that. So it's interactive while they're reading the book as well.
So if you see me out there doing, I think I'm exercising.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you could get us, well, actually, we just need to figure out where it's at. I think we're all probably in agreement that we're fine with doing something like this. It's just a matter of
Logistics of how.
where we would put it. I mean, so, and it's the cost, you say there is someone that is flipping the bill for those?
Yeah, we have donors who are very excited about it, so.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say I'm a yes, just logistics of where we would put it, it'd be something that we'd have to work out, so.
I'm definitely yes.
So, I think we're in consensus that we're a yes then. So I guess go ahead and order ours and we'll try to figure out where we're gonna put them.
And if you guys wanna meet, you know, anytime, just let us know, we can come and walk it with you.
Okay. All right, well, sounds good.
Thank you
You don't
guys.
need motions or anything, we're good? Like, no.
Do you have an awesome?
One, just right now.
Yeah, this will be the first one, yeah. But all the other communities who had it just love it. And they
We're
said it's been
hoping, you know,
amazing.
we would be able to build on this and get one in every community, the Hardy Lake maybe, or the Finley Township area, somewhere in each community where they would have something like this. That's our goal.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
pretty good.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
you, guys.
All right, thank you. Now, Michelle.
Okay, I'm gonna start off easy and go backwards.
You gonna start
Patty,
off
who,
backwards?
yes, on my list there.
Okay.
Patty, who is leaving us, Friday is technically her last day here. She is requesting that she take her laptop and Surface tablet with her. I think she had them both before I started, so they're at least 6.5 years old. I've asked Andrew, he said that's fine. He will clean them of any kind of, you know, information, county information, wipe them clean, whatever. So that is her request.
A laptop.
One laptop
that's
and-
probably 6 years
At
old
least
and
6 years old.
obsolete.
And then a Surface tablet, which is also at least 6 years old.
If it's obsolete, why would you want?
Distribution of something like that is really within your all's discretion. I mean, I know that we've had
I know we gave a picture away one time.
There's been other things that have come up in the past, similar type requests.
We're not gonna use it again, so. Like I said, if Windows 11 comes out, you can't use it anyway.
Yeah,
Or we can't use it. so.
yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Why does she want
I mean, I think she just had it since I don't know how long she's actually had it, but I mean, she's just
It doesn't
requesting to
matter.
take it over.
maybe she wants to take the ball back to the commission, you know.
I don't think so.
So
but-
as long as you clean the.
Yeah, and your-
information off.
Well, I'll just, go on off what Mike said, and that's true, the computers come up to an update, and if you don't have them updating there, or they're not updatable, they're gonna be obsolete, and you can't get on the internet with them anyway. So, I'm okay with it.
I'll entertain a motion to allow Patty Hall to take her laptop cleaned and tablet cleaned from any county government information and take it on her retirement.
I'll make that motion.
Randy makes a motion, Greg,
second.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so
Okay, she'll be excited.
Merry
Thank you.
Christmas.
Late Merry Christmas. Okay. As you know, I come to you guys every year for health board appointments, and then every 4 years, I come to you for our health officer reappointment. So tonight, the seats that are up, were up as of January 1, which all people serve until their seats have been filled. We have Burley Gooden, Dr. Charles Busey, and then our health officer, Dr. Kevin Rogers, that are all up for reappointment. The health board met back in December, and both of the health board members agreed to another 4-year term, and then the health board unanimously approved Dr. Rogers to be put in front of you guys as the health officer, because in 2021, the Indiana code changed to where commissioners now have to officially approve the appointment of the health officer that the health board made. Did I say that right?
What now?
Did I say that? Is that
So,
correct?
I think that the code always read to a certain degree that it was subject to the approval by, the code uses like the county legislative body. In this circumstance, when you go and look at what the legislative body means, it refers to the commissioners. But I think that there was a clarification that there was some additional language added in 2021 that made it very clear that the county executive is the one that has the final say on the appointment process.
All right, I'm looking at your last page here.
Yes. Well, you said this was confusing, so I tried this this time.
I'm fine with that, but I'm just looking at political affiliation when we talked about before, the
Yes.
state of Indiana doesn't recognize independent parties, so I guess I'm questioning.
So we got a clarification on that. That's my mistake. There was there's a statute that deals with void appointments in certain contexts where political party affiliation is a prerequisite to holding the seat. There's a case that describes the difference between a statute that requires that somebody be a member of a political party, so state election boards, for instance, I think is the one that the case uses, versus boards where the criteria the composition requirements for the board require that there not be in excess of or more than 4 individuals from the same political party. So based on the reading from that case, in this context, because it is not a prerequisite that you be a member of a particular party to be a board, and it's only a compositional requirement as it relates to how many people from a particular party can sit on a board. There is no issue if there's no political party affiliation.
Okay.
And I verified that with the State Department of Health too.
That is my misreading.
That's fine, but
Just
what,
got heard like what, 2 or 3 years ago that.
It is very new,
Yeah,
a very recent
yeah.
case.
cause I just know that it was actually the Indiana State Democrat Party that said that they don't,
Yeah, I mean, I
and
remember that
you
being
know,
very
it took a
clearly.
hard time for me to call the Democrat Party to ask them if they acknowledge independent, you know, people, but.
And I mean, again, the state does only recognize, you don't like select your party, right? You vote in a primary, that determines who you are, which party you are a member of, or there's an alternative process by, which you can go to a, local chairman and ask that you be declared a member of a particular party.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion or just a request to table this till our next meeting. So if.
All three of them?
Yes,
Did
all
you
three.
have suggestions?
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, my suggestions are to reappoint them.
The same ones?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't know where my bag is.
It's underneath.
she just
They
handed,
were in order.
I know, I messed them up.
what are you, questioning?
nothing, I just want to,
Thanks.
reconsider or consider what I, you know, who I
Okay, so
want
you
to
wouldn't
leave
want-
on there or not leave on there. So,
You just wanted to reappoint everyone that was already on there. I got you.
Correct.
So-
Well, the health board, so I feel, I guess I'll look to Zach for this. The health board has made their appointment in our meeting on December 5th.
Health board doesn't get to make appointments.
Okay, so it can just be tabled.
yeah. We're the final say.
I know that, but it's just frustrating that like I send all this in advance
get
and then now I get here
I
and
didn't
it's
see that
like,
in advance.
Yeah, we said.
I
To
did.
who?
I asked her so I could send it to you.
It's fine, I mean,
didn't
it's
see that
just-
with me. That's fine. But
okay, and then, the last thing was just since we kind of tabled the, opioid settlement money, just my,
Oh, for your request. for your
yeah, so I
payroll.
went back and, hopefully you have that in your packet too.
Yep, got it.
Outlining what I've done with my job duties, how it relates to the, looks like this, opioid settlement funds.
Oh, so, Jennifer, I actually sent you an email, just now, if you could go print that
I
off.
got it.
And I'm gonna ask that you,
They should have it.
amend the agenda.
I seen it
add a
already, I was going through
resolution.
that stuff while we were reading it, and then
Add a resolution, can you go to my email and print off the resolution that Zach just sent?
You,
I just sent it.
And then I think if
this
you.
is on the opioid request?
Correct,
Yeah.
it's $60,325.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's what this is.
Yes, that is what that is.
I'm fine
Yeah,
with that. I think, I know in the meeting we had with Baker Tilly that it seemed like it was a new position that we were doing. And it was technically a continuing of a position you already have. It's not like, oh, we don't know how to fund it next year if we don't get the grant. Well,
Yeah.
you've always had it. It's
Right.
just a fact that you got money taken away from you that you don't know what you're gonna have this year because of that, so.
Yeah, and it's just for 1 year is what all I'm asking for, because I'll come to you guys, maybe, I'll try to include that maybe in your next session, or if you guys have a joint session early this, spring, about, how the state has legislation right now to, restructure how they do their local health maintenance trusts and funds, to the health departments. I talked a little bit about that at the end of the year. Right now, we get about 50,000, we potentially could get over like 700,000 if everything goes through. So really, all local health departments will kind of be restructuring how their budgets look at the county tax rate and for these new funds that
But
will
that
be
would do, that proposal like does away with all these kind of like individualized grant.
Right. Right, but I guess they were just talking about like sustainability for this.
Yeah.
I'm hoping next year, 2024, I'll take it out of that.
And that's what
pot of
I'm
money.
saying, is that this isn't a new, like, we talked about at one time taking not opioids, ARP money and using, and doing a raise for everybody. Well, it's fine, we can sustain that for 2 or 3 years, but
Right.
what happens on the 4th year?
Right,
When the money goes away and you know, can you make that?
right.
This position that you're talking about, you already have been supporting that position.
Right.
And it's just the fact that
But to be
circumstances that changed within your funding, that you wanna make sure you have the correct
Yes.
funding.
But her position specifically was a part-time position
Mhm.
prior to,
Yeah.
some of the issues dealing with the HIV
Yeah.
outbreak, which was directly related to
Yeah.
opioid use. So, her position was ostensibly, like, when she applied, she didn't know that there would be like additional services that she would be providing that would be directly related to that. That's why it moved to a full-time position. I mean, there could have been, I'm sure that
Well,
was.
they made the position
out,
part-time and
Made it
job,
full-time.
yeah, or full-time, yeah, and job requirements and all of that, education requirements because of everything that had happened.
So actually, we're talking about just using restricted, coming out of restricted money of the opioid.
That's the.
And we're talking $60,325.
And then I still have to go to council to have them approve that and.
So I sent it,
Good luck with that.
that's the one I sent before the meeting. This one was sent at 5:59. Sorry.
So you have another one?
We can,
I do.
they can just sign it after.
Okay.
Well,
Or if they, I guess if they have to vote on it,
I
but,
think they need to look at it.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I think we're all, I think I'm in agreement that we can give you that year leeway to.
Yeah,
help
it'll
you
just
out a
bridge
little
me
bit.
and
I
then.
mean, I think it's pretty clear that falls under the restricted, right?
Oh, yeah.
The,
I think so.
the abatement uses?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think we're,
I mean, your department took the biggest hit anyway, so I mean,
It's definitely had the most changes for sure. But it's put us in a good position with all the changes that are coming with, like I said, this new state legislation that's coming along, so.
yeah.
We're in a lot better position than a lot of other health
Greg,
departments.
you got any questions you wanna ask her?
No.
February 1st is your next meeting then?
I don't know.
Yes. Okay. I'll update this letter and resend it to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
so he's wanting us to read this before we.
Yes.
He did, it looks like an ordinance almost, that he read, and then you guys would sign it, I think is what he's wanting you to look at. I plan on staying.
Hang tight,
Do
people.
you wanna, I can come back up after he gets it printed.
Nah, we're good.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I plan on staying anyways.
We're gonna blow through the rest of this.
Nick will probably take at least 45 minutes.
Nick, I'm not gonna let him talk. Kevin, while we're in a wall here, did you make that call?
I did,
Alright,
yeah. It was when I was
So
on
we're
it
s-
first thing in the morning.
okay.
Andrew needs to set Zach up with automatic printing next time he's here.
Here's what I'm talking about. with-
Very nice.
Here's where some of our signs went. Randy,
You have that listed justification.
Where's that at? You probably don't wanna say right now.
I'll tell you later. It's being investigated. So, we'll see.
Do you need this?
No, I just used that as part of the. So
Somebody-
that is the final.
Somebody wants some vehicles, and I'd like to have my signs back.
Alright. So what you're stating here is that we have to have a resolution to be able to
I think it's
disperse
better
that money.
for, in terms of record keeping, obviously they still have to go to council, so.
Is that it?
They'll know exactly what you
I
passed,
feel like a T-Rex.
and exactly why you passed it, and why it fits within the core abatement strategy.
Okay. So this being a resolution, can we pass it on the first reading?
If it passes unanimously.
If it passes unanimously. Let's roll the dice. Alright, it says, so we technically don't have a resolution or a resolution number for this yet.
I don't know what number we're at, that's why I leave that blank.
I'm not sure. I think
Okay.
I don't know, we need to see.
Until it comes back, I guess, from the council, we'll leave
Well,
it.
you can put a resolution number on it once we're done.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna read this so that everybody understands what we're talking about here. Resolution number 2023-R- whatever the number will be, approving certain funds from the opioid abatement distributions, whereas pursuant to IC code 522213, the Scott County governmental body, and under IC code 36-2-2-2, the Board of Commissioners is the county executive for Scott County. Whereas Scott County government has received certain distributions pursuant to distributors settlement agreement and Indiana code 4-6-15. Whereas the Indiana Office of Attorney General has prepared a list of approved opioid remediation, good question, uses with a priority to given of those listed in the Schedule A core strategies, whereas the Scott County Health Department employs an administrator to manage the day-to-day operations of the health department, including working with state, federal, and local agencies, as well as planning, developing, and implementing new service programs. Whereas prior to the opioid crisis in Scott County, the administrator position was part-time. Due to the opioid crisis, the position changed to full-time to a coordinator position made to be full-time administrator to coordinate the following. 1, provide HIV prevention services, including harm reduction services and HIV, HCV, and STD testing. And 2, provide HIV test or services, including non-medical HIV care coordination services. Whereas the services provided by the Scott County Health Department and overseen by the administrator includes these services described in Schedule A core strategies and Schedule B abatement strategies. Specific strategies attached hereto as Exhibit A.
So that'd be the third page.
That's this one here. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of Scott County, Indiana, the duties of the administrative position of the Scott County Health Department meets the criteria listed in the Indiana Attorney General's office listed approved opioid remediation uses. The services more specifically described in Exhibit A, overseen by the administrator of Scott County Health Department, includes core strategies. Number 3, Scott County has received $459,296.27 to date from the opioid settlement distribution. The Board of Commissioners, number 4, the Board of Commissioners resolves to approve the use of $60,325 for the salary of the administrator of Scott County Health for the 2023 budget year. Number 5, this resolution is effective upon passing, signed, and recording by the presiding officer of the respective executive and fiscal bodies of the county, adopted by the Board of Commissioners of this date. So, what's your pleasure?
All right, so this 60,000 we're paying at this time, and you said, I believe you said that you have the money after that to take care of it.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wondered.
It's
make
in,
sure
it's, I
everybody
have the
hears.
money for it now, it's in my 1159 budget.
But you want to set your account up to where it's easier.
Well, so I mentioned this last time, so from 2022 to 2023, my budget increased basically $150,000. Because remember when Baker Tilly was here and they said you should carry about 15% cash flow?
Yeah.
Well, I have about 55%. And so state increased my budget by a lot, which makes sense.
But some of that has to do with.
Yeah, and about 20,000 of Nick's money came through me last year, so it makes my revenue a little inflated. So I'll be fine this year to cover that. It's just, I think it's a big gap to fill. So if you take this amount out, it's basically cutting it a little bit more than half, or a little bit less than half, but, so. Clear as mud. Greg, you have?
So I'll entertain a motion to accept the resolution and send it to the council for approval.
They'll need to do an appropriation advertisement.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion, for the health department to receive $60,325,000, from the opioid settlement.
Do they need to specify if it's abatement or non-abatement?
Yes.
This is this
This
was
is a restricted.
abatement
Okay.
strategy, yeah, this was restricted funds. That specific number that's listed is what's been provided.
Okay.
Abatement specific,
$60,325.
We've only received,
60,325.
Yes.
111,000 unrestricted. That's some change. So that 459 that's the abatement money specifically.
So Randy's made a motion to accept the resolution approving certain funds for the opioid abatement distributions to the county health department for $60,325. Greg?
I'll second that.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so.
Thank you.
So,
Off to the council.
do we do it again and make it, or since it was unanimous, or pass?
Passed unanimously, and you all understand that if you're making a motion to pass it on 2 readings at a single meeting, you can do it right now.
18th day. January. And I guess because it takes a vote, Randy, I'm gonna ask you for your vote, yea or nay.
Yeah.
Rand or Greg?
Yeah.
And I'll, a yea too, so I'm gonna say 3-0.
I was gonna give it to you.
I'll get one.
Sign that.
That was restricted.
It's
Is that
restricted.
Yes.
I think that's all I have. See you next time.
Always next time.
You can make me happen next time.
That's job security, what are you talking about?
Thank you.
Joseph Wells.
It's me.
I wondered who you were.
Hi, commissioners.
How you doing?
Doing well.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Yep.
What I'm here about, number one, I'm here requesting access to the courthouse, but with the department heads, because number one, I need people to know who I am, not that I'm just showing up at a department demanding information and.
Well, that's what we talked about last time, and we didn't know what kind of,
Access.
I guess access you needed.
Yes, because, you know, I need into the jail to get, the equipment that's over the $15,000 threshold, so your Sally Port areas, generators,
Okay.
things that are behind secured areas.
All right, so you, again, I don't know exactly what you need. I mean,
It
you're
would
gonna
be-
you're gonna be here during work hours, aren't you?
Yes,
All
yes,
right, so
exactly.
Between
So I need,
8:30 and say 4:30, you're gonna be here.
yes,
So I think now that we know, I think we can tell Andrew to make you a card with your picture on it where everybody knows who you are and.
I would
Yes.
stress though that, and the way our county government works, all county
Yes.
governments, you know, commissioners control the property, real property, personal property of the county.
yes,
We provide offices to the elected office holders, but the elected office holders, I think this is one of the concerns that I had, was the elected office holders manage their offices.
okay,
So when you need that, you know, access, I would advocate for contacting them
yes,
first.
yes, I'm not just running in, it's
Yeah.
more of a supportive that you don't have some citizen coming in saying, hey, I need this
I need
information.
to,
And no proof of
yeah.
actual documentation.
Yeah,
So you come back there and lose your books real quick.
Yes, exactly.
Go ahead.
The other thing is for the jail, any access would have to go, I mean, the sheriff's gotta approve all.
Yes.
Yeah, you'd have
Yes.
to get badged.
You'll
Yeah,
have to-
I can't get
That's
all
kind of a
that,
whole
so.
separate. deal.
Yes, and it's just a matter of knowing how the commissioners want me to deal with those assets and like, do we want to do photography in the jail for insurance purposes? You know, if we have a loss at the jail or inside the courthouse, in what areas do you guys want me to? Because when Dad originally would do it, we'd go through the entire county. So we'd go room by room, we'd photo and of course, things have changed, security reasons have changed, and so therefore, I just need some boundaries of, this is your expectations of what you guys want from me.
I'd say, I don't think you could probably take a picture in a room that somebody would be able to used to get something off a computer or anything else, but I would venture to say the jail or the prosecutor's office is gonna be a place that you're gonna be restricted on what
Yes.
you can do, so.
Yep. And understand.
And that is gonna be something that you're gonna have to ask each of those
Also the
departments.
courtrooms.
Yes,
Courtrooms
yes,
as
and
well.
from what I had talked with, Teresa and Tammy before they left, they suggested that we just avoid the courthouse, the judges' areas.
Yes.
That's
And
fine.
because of the rulings with the no photography, no cameras in those areas, they suggested.
I'm fine with that.
So then, therefore, I'm just basically, I need to go in and look and see what we have that's over the $15,000
So you could write that
range.
down.
Yes, exactly. That way you guys have a Excel spreadsheet that spells out, hey, this is in this
Restricted
department,
area.
yeah, and under those things.
Well, I'll actually do it. I'll wrote myself a note to send Andrew Campbell an email to allow you, for him to take your picture and get you a badge, and that badge will only be used in a certain areas
Yes.
and for a certain time period.
Yep,
So-
understand.
So how long do you think this is gonna happen?
I got, let's see, from my review of what we got from Tammy and Teresa, I'm gonna say I've got at least 2 to 3 months worth of claim review that I've gotta do with Jennifer regarding items that we identified through the vendor detail history, which is the ledger of all the claims that you guys spend throughout a year. We pulled out the data of, like, for example, Dave O'Mara and your engineering firms that you've had through the years. There are some minor problems due to the fact that claims have been destroyed due to record retention schedules. So I need to know from the commissioners what you guys want me to do with stuff that dates back to 2005 where we don't have claims where I can physically get more of a description than what's in the vendor detail history. So it's not always clear to state that it went with this asset. And I would say we expunge those and go off replacement costs, because that's what State Board of Accounts requires us to do. We go off replacement cost if we don't have firm value on what original purchase cost was. We take replacement cost and back it off to historical cost.
I'm good at that.
Yeah.
And then my next question is, where do we need to set up a line, in the fixed asset policy, where we want to consider the beginning of maintenance versus a new asset. So example, if we put a new roof on a structure, do we want to capitalize that as a new asset, or do we want to consider that as maintenance? And in the asset policy, we kind of need to button that down so that way we can.
But we just put a new roof on this building, so.
I think I would distinguish between, in that situation specifically, I would distinguish between the maintenance work that was performed to change over the roof versus the, I mean, there was a separate issue with like some structural integrity work that was.
And you just need to clean that up in the fixed asset policy, so that way I'm clearly following whatever your guidelines are. And the same is true of, I need to get with you regarding like, the depreciation schedule. We typically do, 50 years on life expectancy for like the courthouse, 30 years on items like, so for example, 30 to 20 years for sidewalks and those kinds of things that the county, because it spells out how we're gonna depreciate and show the, the depreciation schedule, basically.
So when's the last time we did this?
Was 2005. And so it's just with COVID and then the loss of my parents, it just took us a while to get back into the swing of things.
Okay.
And I apologize.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm gonna send Andrew a email, telling him when you get here, or whatever day you
Yes,
get here.
and I've talked with Jennifer about starting mid-February. So
You'll just have to meet up with him when he gets here and
Yep.
get your picture taken, and he'll get you a badge and.
Sounds good,
and then
gentlemen.
You'll have a, but again, like our attorney stated, if you're going to go to the jail, or just make an appointment with them,
Yes.
make sure they know you're
Yes.
coming instead of.
Yeah, oh no, I'm not gonna just drop in on people. It's always our goal to work with you guys. We understand schedules and those kinds
Everybody's
of
gonna
things.
work with you, I just, like I said, it's just a matter of not
Yes.
being surprised. that
Oh
you're
yes,
not on the board.
understand.
Can I get a card?
You ought to have a card. You not have one?
I got one like a couple weeks ago. Andrew got one.
Yeah, you should have had one a couple of years ago.
A couple weeks ago.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That's all we need. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys, take care. Thank you. Thank you, Randy.
And thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and I'll be back in contact with you.
Call will be done soon.
Will do. Thank you.
The kitchen timer's on, you got 3 minutes.
Buckle up, you might wanna take a potty break.
Hey, well, we're at intermission now because we're halfway through.
That's fine. Alright.
Kevin's anxious back there. I think
This is, you listen, I've
Kevin-
waited on Kevin for 14 months, he's got a day, alright?
Kevin's bigger than you.
I'll talk real slow. Alright. Alright, first things first. I've met with, quite a few people over the last 2 weeks, and it has kind of, become apparent that I think there's some confusion on how my department works as far as budgetary purposes. So before I get into the financial thing, I just wanna make a statement real quick. I am the one department in the county that does not get front-loaded money. Like, if my budget's set, I don't get that money put in my bank account and I work it down. My budget gets funded by itself by the money that I bring in. So when I bring in $1 million, I have $1 million to spend. My budget could be $3 million, but if I only have $500,000 in my bank account, that is what my budget is at that point in time. I don't have a revolving count, and I don't get front-loaded my budget. So I guess there's been some confusion when they go, well, where'd your $1.6 million go? To everything that I pay for. I don't get front-loaded money like the other some odd departments in the county.
Brand loaded business.
Correct. So my budget is my bank account. So when people ask where my money goes, it goes into my bank account to pay my bills. So I just wanted to make that clear. And if
So January 1, you didn't roll over a bunch of money.
yeah, January 1, I got money, but I have no money coming in January 1. So all my, $85,000 workman's comp check, my
Payroll.
$150,000 insurance check, my payroll that I haven't brought any money yet for in, is being spent out of what's in my bank account.
Yeah.
So, just wanted to make that clear, and if there's other questions, I'll be more than happy to answer on those. But as far as January's gone so far, we've received 2 deposits, we still have 2 deposits left. We've had an amazing month so far, we've already brought in almost $100,000 in 2 deposits, we're at $93,000 on income. Another $1,500 on paramedic and another $4,000 on training almost. So we've brought in just shy of $100,000 in 2 weeks.
So how's the paramedic program?
Oh, it's going. I mean, it's got its normal hiccups and bumps and people realizing what paramedic class really is and what it isn't, and its own structure of life. But we've only lost one, and that was at the medical director's advisement, and I respect him very much so we took that under advisement and did that. We're still retaining everybody else, and yeah, this is
Good.
a legitimate college course plus some. So, like I said, as I stated, the paramedic program's brought in about $1,500 this month, but we brought in a little over $40,000 for the whole program. So, we've brought in quite a bit. We've still got about that to bring in for the rest of the other half of the class. So I've done a little over 200 runs already. This was as of, the run count was as of Friday. So as of Friday, we did 211 runs. 99 of those were ALS, 73 of those were BLS, and the other 39 of those were kind of between AMA, lift assist, AM canceled, and all of that. It has been requested that I do a cash ledger.
Can you explain to people that what ALS and
Advanced life support versus basic life support, it has to do with the skill level and the procedures that can be done or needed to be done.
Okay.
Just because a paramedic shows up doesn't immediately make that ALS. Some type of advanced intervention has to be done, IVs, medications, fluids, skill set that requires something beyond the EMT scope of practice.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. But I don't know what page it is because I took my packet apart. This one that looks like this is our cash ledger for the year so far. We started with 592, and with all of our expenses and then our income, we're at 625. So we've made $33,000 in profit, if that's what some people were looking for, versus what we spent out so far versus what we brought in. That's where we're at. So
Thank you.
Speaking of that.
Yep.
The payment we have for Stryker, it's not in any of this, is it?
It's not in my budget because it was deemed that was not, and not by me, it was not suitable to be put in my budget because I don't have a line for something like that. So that was
But we still have 2 payments left on it, don't we?
correct.
And that's what, 125?
155.
155.
What's 154 and change? That was from the stuff that was purchased well before I was here. That was
Is that per payment or total?
per payment. There's
Yeah.
there's 310 and some change left on it. But that was the stuff that was purchased back in 2020, I think,
Back in the day.
way before me. Just want to make that clear. Put that on the record.
Yeah, that was
Put that in the paper.
That was
before me.
So we received
Thanks.
that, and that was decided before
That's a
you got
BN,
Yeah.
that's before Nick.
Yeah. Yes. So, that was a long version. Any questions about income or runs?
So I guess I'm gonna go back, and I know there's 3 council members here.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we gonna find $150,000 this year to pay that bill? Any thoughts?
Working on it.
Okay, I'm just throwing it out there. And I mean, it might be something, you know, well, no, we can't, because it's a loss for revenue, and it's, I don't know, if it can fall into any category of ARPA money or opioid money, I don't know if that can help out any of that.
I'm not an attorney, but I think there was some lines in there that would qualify for ARPA, but again, I'm not.
We need to look at all avenues to pay that, so.
Oh, I know.
I don't think,
We're working on it.
But that
yeah,
was,
I thought ARPA you couldn't use the shore up funds.
Yeah, but
So
this isn't.
That's not shoring
shoring
up.
an
This one
account
does.
that you're paying on a,
equipment.
pre-existing contract for, equipment that was purchased by the county. So we entered into like a 3-year, payment plan to pay off equipment that the
county does not make, yes.
that the EMS has, I don't know if abatement money I don't think it could be used in this type of situation. I don't think that, from what
Some
I
of it was
remember, the
training.
materials that were purchased were not, did not have anything to do specifically with,
Well, some of it was
Some of it was
loading
training and stuff,
devices and.
some of it could.
Yeah. And some of it is, some of it physically is, but most of it is not.
So could unrestricted opioid money be used for that? Potentially, but you don't have enough money, you're unrestricted to pay even a single payment.
Correct.
ARPA, again, I don't think this is you're not, the only concern I might have is that it would be considered paying down some kind of debt. But
Yeah, that's what I was
I
getting at.
believe that usually applies to debt accrued on capital projects.
And
So
not
that would be
equipment.
like your bonds and things like that, so,
Because realistically, it's still you're getting an item for a.
yeah.
You got equipment, we just put it on a 3-year payment plan.
What you could do
No,
is.
we.
I mean, truthfully, if ARPA money is is, if there's a question regarding its use, we have independent counsel at, Frost, Brown and Todd, who've been retained by the county to review, opioid ARPA uses. If council and the commissioners wanted to, tap that resource to review whether or not you could use ARPA to pay one or both of those payments, I would suggest that that's gonna be on the table, that you consider doing that as soon as possible.
Yeah, cause I think the note's due in March.
So that would need to be
I think we need,
extremely.
I think the bill gets sent here, so I don't usually, the only reason I seen it last time was because it was late.
I guess where I'm gonna go with that is that if we are struggling with whether it falls in the category, if it doesn't fall in the category, that we reach out to ICE, is it ICE?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's Ice Miller.
ICE Miller,
I said Frost, Brown and Todd, it's Ice Miller.
But if
That's
we,
my other thing.
but if we reach out to
They're both
ICE Miller
Frost,
and ask them
Ice.
for clarification, can we do this or not? So that we don't, and we're behind, I mean, we probably need to know that ASAP, so.
Yes.
Because if you're saying the payment's coming in March,
So here's what I'd say, if you as the Board of Commissioners are considering approving a use of ARPA funds for that specific purpose, I would request that you guys authorize me to contact Ice Miller or you all.
And for what it's worth, I would, if that's what you're considering, I think it'd be beneficial just to do the whole note and be done with it.
yeah, I am too, but, there's 3 councilmen here, I'm not putting you on the spot, but what are you guys thinking?
Not
Make an
do,
accelerated payment.
just pay it off and be done, so we don't have to worry about it next year.
350 or.
Because there's no prepayment penalty or anything.
Alright, so
Just pay the
I'll
full
ask the
amount and be
council
done.
first what their thoughts are, cause I'm not, I know you guys aren't in meetings, but I'm just asking you ballpark, if you don't have the money or can't find the money in your general fund or anything else, would you suggest us do what we're talking about?
Yes.
Alright,
So
Now, you two.
I'll make the suggestion that if you'll, so let it be written, so let it be done.
Yeah, I'll set it up.
I think
I gave you one of these.
now that these guys, they know what their
I give you
budget
one.
is and what
Yes.
what their monies are, I mean, I think
It's here until,
we need to get out underneath that debt. And it's been a 3 or 4 year deals here, so, yes, you have approval to go ask them if that falls in the frame. What else you got?
Thank you.
this one will be short. Last year I came to you about we have to do that Medicare, Medicaid, we have to do 2 this year. The one that's reoccurring that we have to do every year that's not new. Last year we contracted out to an outside source. The cost of it is $4,000. But we ended up getting about 7,000 more than we normally do, so we
Is
ended
this
up.
the billing thing?
Yes, it's the stuff that's required by Medicare and Medicaid. So I'm asking to see if I can do that. I have the money, don't need money, not asking no one for money, it's in my budget for it. I just need another new contract signed if you guys so.
Alright, Nick's asking to, re-up a contract that he had last year with Rooney and Company LLC for, is there a price in here? $4,000.
Yes, sir.
Our fees for the cost for preparation will be $4,000. And I believe what this is that they go after billing.
So that, remember we were talking about we billed for 4.2 million last year and we only received, of the initial instant negative credit was 2.5 million, which brought my total billable down to 2.2. They go after a percentage of that 2.5 million. So they try to recoup some of that money. Like last year, we were able to recoup a little less than $40,000, but that's big money when you're talking about getting that from the government. So what that contract does, it allows her to get access to our run reports as far as the financial side, how it was built, not necessarily patient names, but how it was billed, what insurance it went through, what Medicare paid, what Medicare didn't pay, what Medicaid paid, and so on. Allows them to send that off to the state and the government to get a small reimbursement of that money back. cause it looks at our, you know, our run volume, what it costs us to run the operation, what fuel charges were, all that stuff.
So with them, and after you paid them and everything, you got.
We still were up.
$36,000.
Give 30, I think it was like 34 and change, but yeah, it was just shy of 40,000 total. That comes out of, I have a line for this that comes out of, we still received the full amount, but yeah, after you negate what we paid, yeah, it was still $30-something thousand.
Okay.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to re-sign, with this Rooney and Company LLC for $4,000.
I'll make that motion.
Randy makes a motion, Greg?
I'll second.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so it sounds like it's something that we're getting our money back on.
Yes.
What else you got? Just the wing dinger?
Nope. One more thing for the wing dinger.
Make sure she gets a copy of that.
The next thing is you guys approved last meeting for me to, or for Zach to, I very layman's terms said something to Zach and he made it very official
Yeah, I
like.
think it's down on the agenda in consideration of ordinance to amend the employee handbook.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I wanna be real clear that it's a amendment to the employee handbook as it relates to EMS specifically.
We have our own
Yeah,
partition in there.
kind of section, we're just adding a section in there.
Okay.
But they made it to where the Kelly Day would be a viable solution and put in our area of the county handbook. Is all it is, and they've got it here. The Wagner, Irwin and Shealy
Has reviewed it.
And
basically, you know, they looked at it from the standpoint of the FLSA, indicating that FLSA does neither prohibit nor permit. So it doesn't say, it's just silent as to Kelly Days. It's more focused on compensation based on hours worked and how you calculate that. So with their approval on the draft that's in front of you guys, I think that you were at a place where, assuming that this is something the commissioners want to go forward with, you would need to, again, this is an ordinance amending a handbook, so you could do one reading at this meeting, one reading at the next meeting. You could pass it on 2 readings at a single meeting if it was unanimous. And even after passage, it would, because it's amending the handbook, which is passed by both executive and the fiscal body, that section still needs to go to council to be considered, and I think you'll see
there's 2 pages.
there was a second page on there for approval by council. There is.
And this is in the effort to save money, not cost overtime,
Just
save
to
on
describe
overtime.
the situation. So Kelly Day is, you tell me if I'm wrong, but this has been my understanding talking with you and so on a long week, which is described in the ordinance, it would be possible for a full-time employee who would otherwise, you know, be receiving some type of overtime compensation for one of those days to contact the department head and ask if they can have permission to have another part-time employee who, under the rule, could not be in a place where they were eligible for overtime based on their work schedule. So they, you know, for instance, could not contact an overtime employee who had already exceeded their allocated hours, okay? But assuming that they did make that contact with that part-time employee, that employee was not at that time eligible for overtime hours for that Kelly Day, and that part-time employee was agreeable to taking that shift, and it was approved by the department head each and every time, that that full-time employee would then be taking an unpaid day that would not count against their PTO or their vacation days.
Yeah.
So in effect, what you would be doing is potentially saving money on the overtime, still being staffed at and again, that's another requirement, being staffed at the same or similar.
Level of care.
Say that word.
Level of care.
Level of care. So that's what it is.
It can't put us in a bind, like a medic cannot have an EMT fill that position, because that would put us down a level of care required. So, but an EMT could get a EMT, an advanced, or a medic, as long as it would not push them into overtime. So either way, we're not paying overtime rates to someone for 24 hours. We're paying flat rate for 24 hours, and I'm not paying PTO or holiday to be covered on those days. So I'm saving twice.
Kelly days are sometimes used mainly in the context of fire departments, but EMS works a fire department type schedule. So that was kind of where this came from.
Correct. So that's where we're at. There is no way, shape, or fashion that this would cost us money. If anything, it helps us money. Helps us save money, because because right now, for an employee to take off, the way our handbook reads right now, they must use PTO or holiday to take that day off, regardless of why. And then that way I'm paying, even if you're off, I'm paying you to be off, and I'm paying someone to pay or fill your position. If you go with this, I'm not paying you to be off, I'm just paying him to fill your position. So it saves us on payroll.
So I'm just curious, so your staff,
so we don't get a whole lot of, so the way our PTO accrues, it takes us 2.5 months to accrue 1 day off. Because we only get we work 24-hour shifts. So it takes us several pay cycles to get 1 day off. They are very much in support of it, because a day off to rest and recoup is more important sometimes.
And the only change that was made from the original is, and I just want to make clear, any employee that takes advantage of the Kelly Day needs to understand that it is an unpaid day.
Correct.
So it could affect overtime, and there's a give and take there.
Get that?
Yep.
So we're saving on some overtime.
Correct.
Question?
Yeah, who's Kelly?
Guy had a great idea.
He was the mayor of Chicago in 1930s. No, I actually don't know.
It's been around for a long time.
He was the mayor in Chicago.
Greg, any questions? All right, I'll read this ordinance, and again, we don't have a number on it. Ordinance number 2023, OR, amending the Scott County Employee Handbook, the Scott County EMS Kelly Day amendum to the Scott County Employee Handbook. Whereas the Scott County Emergency Medical Services Department, wherein after Scott County EMS is the department of the Scott County government governed by the policies adopted in Scott County Employee Handbooks, whereas the Board of Commissioners and the Scott County Council desires to adopt the following additional policies for the employees of Scott County EMS. Whereas the policy described below does not repeal the existing Scott County Employee Handbook, instead an amendment adds an additional policy that is specific to the EMS department only. There you go, only the EMS. Now therefore to be it ordained by the Board of Commissioners of the Scott County and Scott County Council, Indiana, as used in this ordinance, Kelly Day shall have the following meeting: an unpaid day off taken during the employee's long week, Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday shift. The full-time employees as that term is defined in the Scott County Employee Handbook of the Scott County EMS Service Department may use a Kelly Day only so long as the following requirements are met. The full-time employee must have supplied their own coverage by a part-time employee for their scheduled day off. The coverage must be of same level of care or higher. The part-time employee may not be placed into overtime during their coverage period. Every Kelly Day must be approved by the department head in advance of the covered shift, and when the full-time employee chooses to use the Kelly Day, the full-time employee shall not use a holiday or PTO during their long week. This ordinance is in effect. This ordinance is effective upon passage, signing, recording by the presiding officer of the respective executive and the fiscal bodies of Scott County. So What's your pleasure? What's your pleasure?
I make a motion to pass Kelly Day.
On 2 readings in 1 meeting, or
Yes.
on 1 reading?
On 2 readings, 1 meeting.
Alright,
Randy is making a motion to pass the amending of the employee handbook to allow Scott County EMS a Kelly Day.
I mean, wait a minute, this is the second reading anyway, yeah?
No.
no, this is the first reading.
I'll just,
At the last meeting, Nick brought me what his proposed,
well, I guess this is the first reading of that letter, right?
Yeah.
So,
It's way more
I'm fine.
official than what I brought in.
yeah, this
So,
is an actual ordinance.
can we pass it on the first one?
No,
No?
you must do 2 readings, but you can do it at 1 meeting.
Same time. You're getting 2
You can do it at the
votes.
same time.
Just like,
Oh, this.
You just say, pass it on first and second reading at 1 meeting, and
There
that's
you
what
go.
you said.
There you go, pass it.
Alright,
Greg,
I second that.
Greg seconds that motion from Randy, to add the Kelly Day for the EMS service on the first and second reading. So, I guess, do we have to vote because it's?
Yeah.
Yay or nay? So I'm gonna ask you,
Yay.
Randy,
Yeah.
Gary, Greg,
Gary,
Greg,
it's been a long night.
it's been a long day. All
where's
right,
your name tag, Greg?
all right, back to you. You're saying yay?
Yeah.
Greg says yay, and I'll say yay, so let's go the 18th of January.
So now this goes to the, I bring this.
You
the
take it to the
council.
council.
Yes.
3-0. So,
Thank you.
sign that. Anything else?
Yeah, here comes the
We'll
fun
keep
part.
talking.
Okay,
I told you you're moving along. Kevin's back there getting antsy.
here's the fun part. Obviously, we've been talking about trucks since November. All of the demos that I have presented to you over the last 45 days and you have come and seen have sold and are no longer available.
We can't have a red one anyway.
That one, it wasn't a red one. It's white. It was like that one. Anyways, so those are no longer available. Found that out this morning. The 3 sold from Penn Care, and the 3 Type 3 sold from Penn Care yesterday, and the Type 1 sold Monday. So
What are you saying?
So, I found out today that found out today that they sold yesterday, the Type 3s. So Austin Smith and myself have thrashed all morning and day, him so more so than me, to figure out any vendor that can sell to me that I have a number for can find of what is available. And the answer is to receive an ambulance at all this year, could be anywhere from next month to December, just in this year's time frame. We have about 7 options left on the table. If not, we're looking at end of 25 into 26.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you, you're saying 7 options. Is any of the 7 options a vehicle that you're interested in?
All of them except one are, I can work with.
And how much money are we talking?
I'm glad you asked. Not really.
It's on your front page.
It's on your front page here. So, option number 1 is this one right here that is in fact red.
That's a no.
Okay, moving on.
And I'm an IU fan, but that's still.
That's a different red. I had a scheme ready for it, but if you don't red, I appreciate that. Option number 2 is a F450, which is the truck chassis with a Demir's box on it, but I will say this box is significantly shorter than the ones that we have, like short. The wheelbase went from, our normal wheelbase on those ambulances is 187 inches. The wheelbase on this is 158. So it brought it in quite a bit. We can make it work. It's not ideal, but I'm sure we can make it work. The cost on that is $296,763.
I've always had a problem when we're talking about that kind of money to settle.
I agree.
If you're spending $500,000 on a fire truck and
Get
you're
what you
worried
want.
about a certain mirror or another mirror, you're already spending $500,000, what's another $1,000 for a different mirror?
I completely agree, I'm just giving you the options that I've got.
I'm just saying.
So now we get to the one, the two that I feel,
The one that's highlighted?
yes. Well, they're all highlighted for me. Yes, this is the highlighted one.
I'd
So-
like to have your copy when you're
You're
done.
good. Nope, you're good. I know what's going on. This is the one that, those that showed up, including, Councilman White back there, that, like, you guys expressed your interest of, if we do something, these are the features that we'd like to have.
So is that the red one that,
No, the red
the
one's
little
sold.
short white one?
That one's also sold.
I know,
This-
but I mean, I'm talking one like.
So this one, it would be similar to the red one. It is four-wheel drive, it is diesel. These prices that you're gonna see on the next three already include the power load system in them. So there's not that additional $28,000 in it. This includes it. To where before, I came to you and it was 300 and something thousand plus another, we said give or take 25 to 30,000. This price includes it. So this is $318,000 for this unit. This will be ready next month, the end of February. Now, they are under the understanding that we might not have the money right then. They just need it within a month or two of
Before
that.
you go any farther,
Mm-hmm,
and I know we had this discussion, and I know we have a mechanic in the room.
mm-hmm.
You prefer the gas over diesel, don't you?
For cost of fuel, yes. For longevity, no.
So what is the gas motor that they're putting in most of them anymore? And I'm not a mechanic by any
What
means.
is it, 6.7? The Ford gas is a 6.7? 7.3, that's right, 7.3 gas.
Godzilla.
The Warhog or whatever they call them, those are the ones that are in the two vans that we have.
So how, and I know it's a two-wheel drive, the gas is a two-wheel drive. I know we get snow, we get ice, whatever, and I know that you may never use a four-wheel drive vehicle ever, you know, in a lifetime of your vehicle, but I know those vehicles are also heavier than most vehicles, so is the need there for the four-wheel drive? I mean, I know you like to have that, but
it gets used.
If you go with the gas and the two-wheel drive, are we buying a turd? I mean,
We're not buying a turd, we're just having the
you're gonna have to move vehicles around if you have
yes,
snow or ice.
there's a lot of logistics that go into place, and if we're down, it's less than ideal. Is it manageable? Yes.
I'm gonna ask you a question that I already know the answer to, but I need you to repeat it.
Okay.
How many four-wheel drives do you have in your fleet?
Right now, 2.
Okay.
Out of
5.
So you're making it now, but
Mhm.
in the rotation of vehicles, are we gonna get rid of the next one that we get rid of is gonna be a four-wheel drive?
The next one we get rid of. The two tracking mileage, barring something catastrophic happening. The next two that we would repurpose or remount are both two-wheel drive van chassis, and my idea would be put them on these truck chassis.
Okay.
Perfect world. But that is the price on these. This will be available. Now, these next three that I'm reading you, as you can see on this front quote page, it says this: by signing this, gives the purchaser up to, but no more than 30 days to secure approval from a board or financing committee. Financing acquisition must be notified to the seller within the 30-day time frame. If funding is not met within 30 days, or the seller is not notified within the 30 days for funding or financing securement, then the contract will be viewed as null and void with no penalty to the seller or the purchaser. That is on these. So this kind of goes back to what PennCare was doing for us, gives us time to procure the money. Now, this unit will be available towards the end of February. So this is sooner
Talking about the
timeline.
highlighted one?
The next.
318?
Yes, sir. That will be available in February.
I'm gonna ask you,
Mm-hmm.
and I see one of the gas one is a 2023, the other ones are 2020, well, actually, the Crossroad was a 2023.
Mm-hmm.
What do you, if you had your choice, and which one would you buy?
As far as a 23 or a 22?
The ones out of the ones you gave us here, what is your preference?
The one that's highlighted.
the 2022
Correct.
F-450 diesel.
Cause we're getting a
for,
discount on the chassis, because it's a 22, it's a year old. So we're getting like a $5,000 discount on that chassis. And, cause if you look at the other one, the third one in your packet,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
the
also,
same one.
it's the same thing, but it's 10 grand more, or 5 grand more, that's why. It meets the needs that I feel like we need, it meets some of the, things that we would use, and like you're saying, yes, there is a difference between the van and the truck, but, you know, historically, we get more money out of, or longer life out of the diesels than we do the gas.
Johnny, oh, John,
Nick,
Johnny and
on the
John.
ones that was demo that's gone, when that, truck chassis went at a 550 for the diesel.
That was a 550 for the diesel, this is a 450.
You're going down on a chassis for a diesel.
Which I prefer, because we're still in that 1 ton or under limit. Once we get above that 1 ton on some of that suspension or brake work, it's an absolute nightmare for us to get around here. We can go to Louisville and stuff and get it worked on, but if it's 1 ton or under, we've had pretty good luck with like Scott County Tire or Paris or whoever working on it. I know Paris can do a lot of the bigger things, but getting the parts has become difficult on some of those brake calipers and stuff. You know, the gross weight of these vehicles is somewhere between, depending on the manufacturer and all that, somewhere between 16 and 19,000 pounds. I feel like an F-550 is a bit overkill for that weight, I really do, but that's just my opinion.
That was about the same money with the bigger chassis.
It was the same, it wasn't the same money, because this price here includes that power load system, that other one did not. So if you add that 25 to 30,000 to it, you're at the 350 mark instead of the 320 mark. So, that would be the difference. And so if you take the power load out of this, you're sitting at that, you know, 285, 295 range.
But you're talking about, and for everybody to know that we're putting the power loads in all these all the new ambulances for the fact that it's reducing our workman's comp with back injuries and other type of things. So in the past, we were buying the ambulance straight out and then adding $20,000 or $25,000 for the automatic stretcher.
Yep. So, and the thing is, if we don't put a power load in the trucks, we have to buy a different stretcher.
Well, I get that, because they're all made for the
Yes.
power loads.
So I got a question. So when you get this, you're gonna get rid of one ambulance?
No.
Okay.
Getting this allows us to start the remount cycle of what we've got.
Okay, the reason I asked that question was because one of the questions are, why do we need why can't we reuse some of our equipment instead of buying new? And the answer is because you're not getting rid of another ambulance immediately.
Correct.
And you need that.
You need this. So we could get rid of an ambulance if you don't want to remount anything anytime soon. Yes, we could sell one, absolutely. Yeah. If you want to not spend $300 and something thousand and you'd rather spend $180,000 to $210,000 on remounting, we have to have this extra because this service cannot afford to be down an ambulance for 6 to 8 months.
The one ambulance.
After we purchase, okay, let's assume we purchase this ambulance. At that point, they're on. Then we can get the power load system out of the ambulance that we're getting ready to sell.
We don't have one to get out.
After we purchase this one and we start a rotation, then you would be, I'm assuming when you get a new ambulance, you would be getting rid of an ambulance at that point.
So
just the chassis.
In the long run, yes, but like, so if we buy this one, the next one will not be a new purchase. The next one will be a remount. So the box and the power load come with it and go on a new chassis.
Okay.
So.
And the other part of this is that we have 5 ambulances now, correct? The oldest ambulance we have out there
is that 14 or 16?
If we try to sell it,
we'll get $8 grand for it.
We're gonna get $8 grand for it, so we might as well use it, and it's a good, reliable ambulance. It's just not the state of the art like the rest of it.
Correct.
So when we had ambulance down for the catalytic converter, the transmission, it was being used, and there's no real reason to get rid of it, even though it's a old turd.
I mean, the box is a 2007, so it's 15, 16 years old, and the chassis is 8 years old.
But it benefits us just to hold on to it because
right now it is a emergency truck, but for $8 grand, it's worth it being an emergency truck.
Yeah.
No, that's the one, like I said, that we could take that emergency truck, send it off and do the upfit, not the remount, the upfit, and do that for less. But you have to do something to start this cycle, or you're repeating 2020 over again.
Yeah. And tell me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is, we buy this ambulance today, or this year, we're not buying a new ambulance probably for 3 to 4 years.
You'll remount 2 and then buy new.
So you're talking.
Your third year, you'll buy.
3 years from now, we'll look at buying another ambulance.
Correct, because that'll give you time. That's if you upfit this, yes. If you upfit this, upfit and then you do remount and then buy. So you'd upfit that other one to cover for next year, start the remount next year to go in the following year, and then purchase again to allow that swap, because you have to have chassis. That would be the ideal plan. But again, I'm at your guys' mercy, but that is the idea behind this whole, you have to get on a schedule of rotating this stuff, because it's not like buying a new car where I just go, I want that ambulance, here's my old one. These remounts take 6 to 8 to 12 months. So if I got rid of that reserve one and then sent one off, I've got no extra to run with.
So Nick, the highlighted one, that's new, that's not a demo, right?
These are all demos.
Okay, these are demos.
Every one of these are demoed. Because to buy new or build and spec out, you're looking at 2025 to 2026.
And you're looking at how much?
Price wise?
Average.
Oh, 400 plus. 375 to 400 plus for a spec out. Because they pump these demos out as, I don't want to say cookie cutters, but they are cookie cutters. They're identical boxes that get put out. And on this one, they'll add interior lighting. And this one, they'll add restocking cabinets. They do this so they can show them off to services.
Yeah.
When you spec out, they have to build everything from spec. Like, I want this cabinet here, this light receptacle here, and that costs money. That time to spec out costs money.
I know there's 3 councilmen here again. Oh, yeah, 3.
I know you're getting asked questions that we've already covered. We're just trying to make sure information is passed on.
I'm here for the information. I think that I think the boards, both of them combined, consider that 2007 box truck a viable unit. It is not. I cannot throw that in my frontline rotation. So we can sit here and say I have 5 trucks all day long. I have 4 usable to swap in and out.
We just choose to hang on to the 5th one.
It's not worth anything to get rid of at that point, so it's worth to hang on to. But I can't throw that in a frontline rotation. It doesn't.
Technically, you have 4.
I have 4 that I can rotate. That 5th one is there for emergency only. It doesn't, I can't power all my equipment that's in the other trucks in that truck.
In your mind, how many miles do you expect to get out of the chassis?
Gas or diesel?
Diesel.
200
plus.
plus.
Try to replace it.
200, around that 200 type. That 200,000 mile mark. That's barring that the equipment holds up. But drivetrain and start doing that to where we're not dumping money into it a lot, around that mark, yeah. But I mean, you have to look at time frame too, is it gonna take 2 years or 4 years to get to that 200,000 mile mark? Because at 4 years, a lot of stuff in that truck's not gonna be working like it would. That inverter is gonna be bad, you're gonna start having, that's just, stuff wears down. So then you're gonna start replacing $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 parts on these things to keep them working. So I mean, there's more than just miles and there's more than just time. You have to balance that time versus miles. It's kind of like, some vehicles only last 80,000 miles, but they have 15,000 hours on them from idling. Just because they're idling doesn't mean there's not strain on that motor. It's happening, so.
When's the acceptance of, or when would this ambulance be available?
Which one?
The highway one. Your 318.
February 10th, 2023.
So in another month, it would be available in there, so they're done demoing it.
Correct. Well, that's when they would get it for demo, and they have 30 days to demo it.
So it's not the one like you'd have a year to demo it,
No.
drive it all over God's creation.
No, they have it for 30 days to demo. And they have a mileage max of 5,000. It is white. And they have a mileage cap of 5,000 miles that they can put on demo, or they reimburse us, and they have 30 days to demo it.
I know this has been beat around
It has, and I mean, I know tired people are tired of hearing it, and I'm tired of talking about it.
20 times a Sunday, and I really, I mean, my question is gonna be to the, I mean, it's not really, the question is to this board, but the question is the need. This board's decision needs to be on the need, and it's the right time, and whatever. And again, I don't wanna throw this on the council. The council's position is to where do we find the money? And they can come back and say, we can't find the money. I mean, and that's their right and whole thing, but and something that I know what's your meeting, the 10th or 9th, 14th? I'd entertain talking to ICE, Miller, or whoever again, and ask them, in this situation, can we purchase an ambulance through, what funds can we use that we have available to help fund it, or help the council fund it, or go to, is there a lease to buy program through any of these places?
There's leasing options, there's leasing through our local bank as well. I've got rates anywhere from 4.75 to 6%. We've got they have the ability to purchase some out of opioid and some out of ARP and finance the rest. I mean, there's ways to be creative instead of just saying, no, we don't have the money for it. But I understand that this is a lot of money, but in 3 years, they're gonna be looking for triple this amount.
I knew that 2 years ago.
Before we get too much into financing, there's a handbill out there, and I don't wanna get too deep, actually, I don't even wanna get into that right now. But there's other ways to purchase this other than the county.
169 is not gonna be approved anytime soon, if that's the one you're referencing.
No.
Okay.
No, actually, this has already been done.
Okay.
Through Park County. But if, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you don't mind, will you go over this for us? Yeah.
I got one, yep. I was asked for these numbers here to clarify some things. This is a breakdown of our runs for 2022 from January 1st to December 31st at midnight. As you can see, nearly 38% of our runs were in Scottsburg Annex, meaning anything within the annex part of Scottsburg, and 34% were in the city of Scottsburg. 17% were in the city of Austin, 6% in Lexington, 2.15% in the city of Austin, and then it goes down from there into pretty minuscule numbers because most of those are then out of our service area where we've done mutual aid. But that breaks down of where our runs are at.
So, normally, of course, normally the runs are in city limits of both city of Austin, city of Scottsburg.
More often than not, yes. Over 50% of the time.
I get that. So.
I was asked for that.
That's fine.
Information.
Well, I'm going to, they were asked for this?
I asked.
Do I?
I asked him for this information.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just, I guess where I'm going at is we beat this thing to death 10 ways a Sunday, as I said, and so I'm gonna entertain a motion, or I'm gonna make a motion to approve this and move it on to the council. And I know 3 years ago, I knew this was gonna be a problem.
Yep.
And I said it was gonna be a problem, and
for the record, BN.
be in before Nick. I knew it was gonna be a problem, and so we either get into a rotation to get us out of this predicament.
Correct.
Or we're gonna be spending
$1.5 million to replace your fleet at the same time.
We're gonna have multiple ambulances kind of do it at the same time, so.
And Greg came and got mileage that one day, and you've got that, I don't remember the numbers, but we've got two, I think they're 2021s, were those chassis that are already at 80,000 miles for 2021 vehicles.
So I know this is I won't say it's a non-binding agreement or non-binding vote, but if we bring it to a vote here, it goes to the council, and the council says, we don't know where we're gonna find the money, or how we're gonna finance it, or how we're gonna do whatever, then it comes back to us, and but if we don't ever get down that road, we're never gonna know that, so, so I'll either entertain a motion to accept.
So, real quick, I just
Nope.
wanna if you sign this, one of these three that say the same company on the top, that will let them hold that for 30 days so they don't sell it for underneath us. And that's again, depending on, I have to let them know just as much as they have to let me know. But that'll at least avoid what just happened twice.
So, I'm gonna move this along, so. I'm gonna make the motion to purchase the Horton 2022 F450 diesel 4x4 Horton 457 for $318,088, so, and that includes the lift in the back, so, which is a $25,000 add-on, so.
Correct.
So there's a motion.
I thought, wait a minute now, you're making the motion to purchase that one?
That's correct. That's the one.
Because I thought the whole thing here was to sign a statement saying that we would purchase one if he needed it, or if he come across the right one.
No, this,
that is the right one, or
this,
that's
this is what is left in the United States that can sell to me. Right here, on this table. If you
But
don't.
this is still a promise to purchase.
Yes, you're signing to where
Then
if
he
I go
says
to the
if-
council and they say yes, I'm not coming back
Okay,
to you.
all right, just wanna make sure.
Yes.
But if he goes to
Correct.
council and the council says no, then it's done.
Then it's not my problem anymore, it's their problem.
We'll have to fight it down the road, so,
It'll be their problem for triple the cost.
so. And actually, let me back up here a second, cause again, we're under $300,000. We're at 295 or 296 without the lift in the back, but the lift is a $25,000 add-on. It's already in here. We would buy this at 290 something. Yeah, 26,689, but we would be buying this no matter what at a lower price, but we would be adding that after the fact.
Plus paying an install fee.
Yeah, so.
And how long do we have to get the money?
30 days.
Huh?
30 days.
30 days.
Hey, Mike,
Yes,
I got one question.
what's that?
Does this ambulance here, does that have that air ride on it that lets it down in the back?
I think they all do anymore.
It's required now.
It's
Oh, okay.
federal law, I think.
You talking about
You're talking
liquid
about when you
springs?
open the doors, it goes down?
Yeah, that's a requirement.
Okay.
So, that's my motion. So,
All right. Greg, what do you wanna do?
Well, you know, I went out and seen Nick and thanks for taking the time to get me wrapped around, what we got out there. You know, as a department head, you know, Nick is trying to get a rotation going. I mean, and my thoughts are that, you know, we can't have him coming back and asking for 3 times this, in a couple of years. So, you know, look, I'm at second with Mike, on this because, I think it, you know, we need to get a rotation started with this. And other departments, you know, they're doing the same things. Everybody's trying to get rotations going with vehicles. You know, part of that's good management. Also, and we've got some opportunities to buy several more years with these remounts and another uplift on the old one. For half the cost, so. I'm a yes on moving this on.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna agree to make this purchase. I wanted to go last though for a reason. Oh, I'm not sure I was ready to reveal this yet, but I'm going to anyways. So the run volume, if I'm reading this right, so what do you got Scottsburg and you got City of Scottsburg? What's?
So City of Scottsburg is within city limits.
Okay.
Okay, so that is the governmental entity of the City of Scottsburg. Scottsburg would be something like an address on Little York that has a Scottsburg address, but is not within the City of Scottsburg. Now, out of that 34, I believe it's 34 or 37% that says Scottsburg, I don't want to misspeak here since this is audio and video recorded. The Scottsburg, 37%, 32% of that is annexed city, so it's still considered within the city, but it's not the City of Scottsburg on here. So you're looking at another about 12.2% added to that 37% or 34%. So 48% of the runs are in the City of Scottsburg or annexed City of Scottsburg.
Okay, so with that run volume, here's where I'm gonna go with this. Scott County has taken the brunt of purchasing the ambulances ever since we lost Ross. Scottsburg City, nor Austin City has ever stepped in to try to help the county with their EMS. Recently, I believe it was Clark County, has been asking their cities to chip in and help them, and the answer was always no, and they wouldn't do it. Well, a handbill passed and made it, they go for them to go ahead and take the lit tax from them cities. Now, sorry my phone went off. We have given Scottsburg City in lit tax last year, right? This was last year information?
Yes, that was 2022.
$1,132,364.
Is that per year or?
That's per year.
That was last year, yeah.
That was last year. $946,526 was for public safety. Austin was given $323,918. $270,758 was for public safety. So what I'm gonna ask at this point in time is, yes, I'd like to purchase an ambulance. I'm gonna talk to Zach, would like to talk to Zach. I was hoping he would be in here at this time, that's why I was kind of delaying. But I'm gonna ask Zach to write a letter of recommendation to the mayors of Scottsburg City and Austin to help purchase his helmets. And when I mean help purchase, I mean by each of them pay for half or whatever the percentage is, if you wanna go by run volume or if you wanna go by citizen, volume, but however you wanna sort it out. But I believe we should ask. See what they come back with us and see what they have to say, and then we can go from there.
How it gets financed is out of my wheelhouse.
Right, I understand that.
You know, and like I said, I can't manipulate these numbers. This isn't something I come up with. If you look at the bottom of that page, it says image trend reporting. That comes from our billing department. So, I mean, those are factual run volume numbers of area of coverage.
I realize that, Nick. I just want
to make that, I didn't come up with those numbers.
I wasn't gonna say anything tonight.
I'm gonna say the same thing that I said earlier. If it comes to use, if we're considering using ARPA money.
That's not what he's talking about. Randy's asked, Randy,
I was talking to you
several years ago, the LIT tax, there's a percentage that's given to Scottsburg, there's a percentage given to Austin, and he's saying that.
You're talking about a contribution.
A contribution to the ambulance. He's trying to show that as
and I wasn't
run volume.
I wasn't gonna go there quite yet as far as everything I just spelled out, but if we're talking like we might be purchasing this within a month, that means we have to move kinda fast,
I agree.
so.
And I mean, I'm not putting the timeline on it, I'm just telling you when it's available. It's just, you know, like I said, they can stretch it out for a few weeks or month from when they get it to when we actually have to pay for it, but they're not gonna hold it till December either.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think, you know, right now, that's, I mean, our friends at each city, you know, obviously, they don't have that budgeted. So I think anything trying to negotiate some kind of service from them on funding would not, I don't think they could accommodate that right now. I think just because they've already, I believe they've already got their budget set, and I think that might put them in a situation right now.
Well, they can make payments.
Future funding.
Well, I see what you're saying, because they already know the amount that Randy's has said that from the LIT split. So they've already spent it, so.
Well,
I don't think it's gonna hurt in what you're asking or saying. I don't think a letter to the city of Scottsburg or a letter to the city of Boston to say, hey, we have a $318,000 ambulance that we're trying to purchase here, and you receive LIT tax money. I mean, would you know, can you assist in any type of, you know, payment towards that purchase?
I get it, I mean,
Right.
half the runs
Well,
are
I mean,
made in those areas.
here's the thing, even if we have to purchase it this year ourselves in order to get it, then they can pay next year for it.
I get
with
that.
an MOU.
I think it's worth the effort to send a letter to see what the response will be.
I do too. I mean, they have the largest run volume of everyone, so.
So, if what you're saying is that you want us, or Zach, or whoever, to write a letter to the city of Scottsburg and the city of Austin, and ask them if they would be entertained, helping to purchase a $318,000 ambulance either this year or next year in a payment of some sort, I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, Greg, what do you think about that?
I mean, I think we should put a dollar amount so they know what they're agreeing to.
Well, they may not know what they can afford, I mean, cause both of them, one of them gets a heck of a lot less than the other one.
Yeah, they do.
Are we making that conditional on what we do here? Cause I don't think we're gonna have any.
The answer to you is yes on your ambulance.
Okay. I'm trying to make sure that I know what the contact is.
Now that we know we need it, we're just trying to move things along at this point.
Tracking.
My motion stands that we're purchasing this ambulance that you got highlighted here, this Norton, for $318,088, so that's my motion. And this, I'm not gonna say it's a sidebar thing, but the sidebar thing that's asking the city, both cities to chip in or help or whatever is an additional to this.
Okay.
Their budget, just like our county budget, it's already set. You know, I venture to say they don't have a bunch of money sitting around that they say, sure, we got it out of this account. Now, that might, and again, if I'm not mistaken, both cities got an opioid settlement as well. So, I mean, I don't know if they wanna use any of that type of money or whatever, but my motion still stands that, hey, let's move it to the council and we'll see what the financing we can do, whether it's payments and.
Is the payment, are you approving it as a use from abatement funds?
We're not, we're sending it to the council for them to
appropriate,
to figure out where they can find the money.
Can we add something in there that says that could be explorable through the unrestricted or ARPA or a loan or whatever?
Okay, again, that's all I'm gonna go back to. If it's ARPA, I am requesting that we be given some kind of notice and opportunity to send that to Vice Miller to review. If it is abatement money, I would advise that, I would advise the same thing that I advised when, Michelle asked for her abatement funds. There is a list of core strategies on the Attorney General's website. I would suggest that as a department head making a request, that you go back and submit a, based on your review of what those strategies are, a qualifying list of what you do factually that qualify within those strategies. Provide that to us so that we could approve that and council could also approve it. Because again, with both of these funds, you know, the use of the money is gonna be audited either by ARPA, by federal government, opioid by the agency that was created to oversee the uses. So, if you're going to request that it be from those types of funds for any department head or anybody, I would suggest that you justify the use.
I'm not requesting for any funds specifically, we can do a bake sale, I mean.
He's not asking you, he's asking us.
Can I request you do as Zach has suggested, your use and why you justify and why you would qualify for this, and get that to him as soon as he can so that we can, if it does qualify.
I mean, here's the thing, I am an attorney. I don't know what I don't know.
Well, let's do this, cause everybody's acting like it's on you. This board of commissioners is the one that are spending the money, so why don't you, again, like we did earlier in the meeting, why don't you go to Ice Miller and say, does this fit the criteria? Are you fine with that, so that we know we're spending the money correctly, or we can?
We need to probably find that answer out anyway, yeah.
Well, but we're instructing, or asking him to reach out to them, so that they can
I'm just saying,
say,
that's
you can spend
only
it out,
prudent.
you can spend it out of this fund, you can't spend it out of this fund, you can spend it out of this one, or you can't.
But for the opioid restricted money, you need something from the department head detailing.
Just saying, you know, exactly, and Michelle has what I would say,
Can you send me that?
a perfect template for how to do it. Because again, I don't know personally what you do on a daily basis that falls within the category.
I'm not rubbing your leg.
Of one of those strategies.
Depends who you talk, I get what you're saying, yeah. Okay, so like just what EMS does, or what the use of that purchase would be as a whole?
That purchase.
What?
We're good.
You got your plug in or something? Where you?
No, my knee keeps dislocating. So if I wanna ask for it out of either the unrestricted or the abatement, just fill out what I feel it needs.
Yeah, and I would say if the board is considering using either one of those funds, then the instruction to you should be, or I would advise that it be.
Get it to him tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And then he can get it to Ice Miller, and they can tell us, yes, you can, or no, you can't. And then we'll know if we can buy it or not. I mean,
So that way.
Is the opportunity for, does that still leave us the opportunity if the council so moves for a loan?
that's correct.
Or something?
That's
for
on
them?
them.
Okay, but
We would encourage that, but we're trying to find ways,
Okay.
different manipulations.
I just don't wanna be restricted on this and then have to
No,
restart this over.
No.
Because we're running out of options.
We're gonna tell you to find options.
Okay.
The
Can I have a
vote for you, the
signature?
only thing that you're gonna care
Yeah,
about
vote
on
for
any
you.
of this is, yes, you get,
Okay.
yes, as far as us go.
All right, I'm gonna entertain my motion again to purchase the Horton 2022 F450 diesel 4x4 Norton 457 for $318,088.
I second that, Greg.
He already seconded it.
All right, good.
You wanted to be last.
I'll make it unanimous.
Okay, so, and to you guys, we can use some of the money, or lease it, lease to own, or whatever, so.
Working on it.
And it is, it needs to move down the road, and we either do it, or we find a way to do it, or we don't. So there you go.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Is that all you got?
I'm
'Cause
done.
Kevin's itching back there.
We might need to set. we
They're all
might,
warm for you.
14, 15 minutes till we go shut down. We're at a 3-hour limit here.
Yeah, we've had it run out before, so,
Okay.
You wanna just wait till it runs
Let's
out?
just
or
take
do
a
you
break
want-
real quick and then.
can you restart it?
We're gonna do our best. Andrew's on the phone.
That's not on me.
Yeah, just stop it and start it again, because. All right, we're back in on the video here, so Kevin, go ahead.
All right, the only, I don't have much. I have, community crossing grant, coming up. The application's due January the 27th. I'm still waiting on a couple numbers, so we just gotta have the board vote on, where Mike can sign outside the meetings, cause I'll have a financial commitment letter to sign that I have to attach to that, grant. So I think we done this last year, plus there'll be other documents later time that I'll need signed and turned in along with that grant, so.
All right, I have a question with that grant, cause, and, we still have $333,333.33, don't we?
Yeah, so we got that advertised, and I still gotta go through council because we want to push through correctly. So, with that being said, I believe the council's probably gonna approve that kind of money for the million.
So also, but what are you putting it in for? You putting it in for
Asphalt.
paving?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
and this
just-
will probably be the last year we be able to do that for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I think that after, if we get this amount, and I don't see no reason why we shouldn't, everything that we have is closed. I think we'll do pretty good at it. So if we end up getting close to this or somewhere in the ballpark, I think we'll really be able to turn attention to other things on the
We're down
grant
to-
side of things.
We're down to 11 miles that.
That was in poor condition. We got
Poor condition.
80 something miles in fair condition. So if we don't come up with a way to figure out how to keep them in fair condition, they're gonna turn into poor condition.
Well,
So,
But it's a preservation plan.
yeah.
But again, that's exactly what I'm getting at is, but you're talking about 11 miles of poor roads, but some of those 11 miles, are they well-traveled roads?
That's a fair question.
Could down the road, could we, chip and seal those and preserve those better than spending
So
all our?
if they get to a poor condition, then we've not done our job as far as the preservation end of things. I mean, eventually everything has to get paid, but, the goal would be never let it get into poor condition. That would be the end goal. So now that you ask that, I guess to bring that up, just kind of goes hand in hand since you asked that. So I got a count on small structures in the county. And this is from 4 foot up to 19.9. That's what the federal considers a bridge. So we have in total in all three districts, D166, D256, and D384. That's 206 structures from 4 foot up to 19 foot. That's not accounted for in the county.
You're talking about culverts.
Culverts all the way up to
To
box
bridge.
culverts, all the way to, honestly, it's a bridge.
Yeah.
But it doesn't fall under federal. We don't have it in our bridge inspection book because it doesn't fall under those standards.
Is any culvert that'd be under a road.
Or even some of them's concrete structures and still be, so they're not inspected, probably haven't ever been.
There's still some railroad cars out there too, aren't there?
There is, looked at one yesterday on Burn Road. So you're looking, on just estimated value, I done like, say 25% of them are 12 foot, 5.5 million, and that's super rough. But there's at least, I think, 5.5 million of undocumented, uninspected small structures in the county. So I kind of brought that Ivy's program to you guys, I think before Greg, but he's familiar with it, that USI is doing. That's roughly going to, be a $74,000 investment, but I think it's a good investment because some of these structures, say they're 10 or 12 foot, they could be 50, 60 to $100,000 to put in. So the community crossing grant does give us an opportunity to apply for those kind of structures too. So, I mean, you're looking at, you know, $50,000 structure, maybe we could get in for 10 or 12,000. And that, we gotta get there, cause we can't ever replace them if we don't.
Yeah.
So it all goes hand in hand with what I've been talking about. I think if we get a good hit with paving this year, then we start turning our attention to the actual bridges and the small structure, but we still gotta come up with our preservation plan on what we have, or we're gonna be right back in the same boat that we was in.
We're gonna be buying an ambulance on
Yeah, you're gonna be buying an ambulance. So as far as that USI program, really, I think I just need to ask the council to create a line item in the Cume Bridge budget for small structures. Because technically, we don't have that right now. When I started, we have, I think it's culvert line for each district.
Yeah.
And then we have just a separate culvert line and another fund. I'm not sure what that theory of that was laid out, but that probably needs to be grouped in one whole. You know, the District 1, District 2, District 3. So that way you can see, you know, that money in there, that's good match money, even. If you have, you know, $200,000 worth of small structures to replace, you only got to pony up 25% of that. That kind of money will go a long way.
Okay.
So
Sounds like a plan.
I'm gonna put you in hot seat.
Yeah.
So, we've done a lot of paving in this county.
Right.
And I have done my fair share of climbing underneath our bridges.
Yeah.
And, I think you know that.
Right.
But I want somebody other than me to make this statement. When was the last time that Scott County actually had a maintenance program and followed through with it on their bridges?
Well, on their actual bridges, I have no idea. You know, the book that we have that United provided, USI provided this time, it has maintenance recommendations all the way through it. Some of them, a lot goes into that. Some of it's fairly simple work. It's something we need to start turning our attention to. But those we have an idea of what we're looking at because somebody's paid to go out and look at them. It's federally mandated that they go out and look at them. But a bridge that's 19 foot and below is just as dangerous as a bridge that's 20 foot and up.
Yeah.
And we honestly have zero idea in the county on what's there in a hole. So that's why I'm going to try to get this implemented to see, and that'll help the council budget with the highway to figure out, you know, over the next 10, 15 years ahead on what you need to do to all these small structures. Because, like I said, there's 206, and I know I had the guys out the last couple of weeks, just, you know, they kept sending me pictures. They'd run across a 6-footer, it's gone underneath, or, you know, rebar hanging out, and just because they're getting underneath them and measuring and stuff like that.
They just don't fit in the criteria of the biannual bridge
Of the
inspection.
biannual bridge inspection, they don't fit in that criteria. So if the county itself didn't hire somebody or put a designated person to go out and keep a binder or something of it, then it's probably never been done in reality.
And that's part of the USI thing, I think, is what you've tried to, you know,
And
collaborate all that.
I was out with Andrew majority of the day yesterday, and he's working with a lot of northern counties, and a lot of northern counties have all got that system going. And eventually it's gonna be probably required upon us to have something through NDOT to apply for grants, because, you know, that way we have an engineer that says, you know, this 16 foot or 10 foot or 12 foot structure is rated out of 5. Hey, you need to be putting this on your front light to get changed.
You need a plan.
All right.
Need a plan. Yeah.
Let's put it this way. So historically, from the view that you have right now, it's been a long time since Scott County put maintenance, any type of maintenance toward their bridges on a regular basis whatsoever.
Yeah, I would say anything that falls outside of federally mandated bridges. So, because we all know that, it shows up, it's been inspected. So yeah, I'd say anything below that's been a long time. There's been structures changed, but likely it tears up and then you fix it. So the goal would be get a plan that we're not shutting down anything, or it's not failing, that's the goal to get this going.
I mean, cause from what I've seen, it'd be a lot of stuff like, there's no riffraff, and you go underneath there at all.
Just maintenance.
Yeah, and then you go underneath the bridge.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You see undermining where, it's obviously, it's been like this for a long years.
Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of preservation, grant opportunities. I tried to jump in on one this month, and, the county has got some steps that we're gonna have to take to be eligible for it. And one of them's a federal bridge asset management plan, which we don't have. So we have one that would fall under the state to the LPA, but we don't have the actual federal. So we'll work with USI on getting what we need to get that going.
Yes.
But we have to have that to ever fall into a federal job. We have to have that to do, there's a lot of like federal preservation. So for instance, there's one on Slab Road, one of your bridges out there, that's undermining real bad, kind of looking like 105 in all reality. It's probably a $2 million bridge. There's a chance we could, save it on the preservation end of things for 100,000, make it last another 20 years. But those things we're working on.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring it to everybody.
Yeah. I mean,
everybody thinks you go because you got nice black roads,
right?
That your roads are safe, but there's much deeper than that.
Well, in all honesty, I think I told you there's, maybe $2.2 million in asphalt in the county. So I mean, there's a whole lot more, and that's under the ground.
That's right.
That you don't see, and it's a lot harder to replace.
So on the bridge on Main Street, are we still?
Okay, so IDNR permit the 20th, which might have been today. No,
today's the 18th.
Okay, so a couple of days that's supposed to be up. So we're hoping that happens. We're kind of standing idle till he sees that. They're working with Zach on some land acquisitions to see exactly what we need to do on that. And one reason he's waiting on the IDNR permits is, so if they come in and be like, you gotta have a wildlife passage through there, and they could change the whole bridge if they wanted to.
And those take time.
They do. So and they did put a wildlife passage in there, and Silicon changed it around and sent it back. But if IDNR wanted us to put something different, they could change the whole scope of everything if they wanted to.
So
it wouldn't be
deer stand there too.
Yeah, and a deer stand. So anyway, with that being said, it could still be realistically go out for bid. Probably April, May, it could still happen because everything's lined up.
So that bridge is still holding up with?
Yeah, it's dropped down a little bit on the north side, but nothing too bad. But we've been lucky enough not to get a lot of water up in there.
Okay.
So and when they repaired that side, they poked a lot of rock down there, so it's gonna take a while to wash it back out.
And I was to get you a contact yet for Duke, you was telling me that was a distribution line?
Yeah.
Okay.
And in all reality, we're still, till that landowner signs off on the right of way for that utility, we're kinda.
Talking on the east side?
Yes, because the pole's gonna have to get moved out 25 feet for roughly 500 some odd feet.
Permanent right away?
That is the permanent right away, yeah.
Yeah, because you won't be able to get a work plan from them until.
So I think Duke's, in my opinion, Duke's work with us, all they're gonna do, they went from 50 down to 25. And, they got their engineers that do their thing on how much load rating it is per pole. And I don't see them doing anything else with those particular kind of lines. So, we'll just have to see what the landowner wants to do. I think we're at an impasse right now. I feel like that he understands it, so we'll just see how it works out, I guess. That's all I can say till I'm not saying that they don't, I know they don't particularly like it, and I wouldn't either. but, at the end of the day, the lines should have never been put there anyway. They should have been kicked out around the structure. There it is.
So what else you got?
Really, that's all. I just need y'all to vote on the community crossing.
To be able to sign it outside the meeting?
Be able to sign it outside of meeting, any documents, and then.
I'll entertain a motion to allow me to sign anything outside of a regular meeting for the community crossing grant.
I'll make a motion to allow Mike to use his name on that signature line
It's not me paying for it, so. Randy makes a motion.
Go ahead.
Randy makes a motion, Greg.
I'll second.
Greg seconds it, I'll make it unanimous, so.
While Kevin's here, cause this affects him, and I would ask that you guys.
You've been served.
Amend the agenda to add a resolution transferring certain property between purchasing agencies. So I would ask that you all vote unanimously to alter the agenda and add that item.
All right, give me mine back, he gave you another one. I'll entertain a motion to amend the agenda to, talk about this resolution.
I'll second that.
Oh, you make the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make the motion to.
Randy makes a motion to amend the
agenda
to, talk about this for resolution. Greg?
I'll second that.
Greg seconds that, I'll make that unanimous, so I'm sorry.
So you'll notice that the resolution is to transfer certain, property.
This is the gate.
Between purchasing agencies, that being Scott County and the city of Austin. The resolution effectively, allows the department head to transfer that gate after we receive confirmation that, the city of Austin has approved a like resolution. And I've discussed that with, council for the city of Austin, and I believe that they're in agreement, and
I spoke to the mayor today. And
once that's passed, they can come get the gate.
I spoke to the mayor today and he called me about this next thing, it's up on the agenda, but the tax sale, but he, I brought up the gate, he said he's perfectly fine with it, and Kevin and I talked about it here earlier, about, getting the showing up there and making sure it happens, so. I'll go ahead, Kevin.
One quick thing, I don't know if you need to vote on that.
Yes.
I jumped the gun, sorry about that.
I'm gonna read this resolution, so again, we don't have the exact number yet, but it's resolution number 2023, transferring certain property between purchasing agencies, whereas pursuant to IC code 522213, that Scott County is a governmental body, and under IC code 36-2-2-2, the Board of Commissioners of the County Executive of Scott County, whereas the Board of Commissioners is established as a purchasing agency for the Scott County government with authority to enter into contracts by law and rules adopted under IC code 5-22. Whereas pursuant to IC code 5-22-2-13, the City of Austin is a governmental body, and the City of Austin, or the Council of Austin, is the legislative and fiscal body of the City of Austin. Whereas the City Council of Austin is established as purchasing agency for the Scott County government with the authority to enter into contracts by law and rules adopted under IC 5-22. Whereas IC code 5222210 states a purchasing agency may exchange property with another governmental body upon terms and conditions agreed upon by the governmental bodies as evidenced by adoption of a substantially identical resolution by each entity. B, a transfer under this section may be made by any amount of property or cash that are agreed upon governmental bodies, and whereas the City of Austin by the City Council and the County of Scott by the Board of Commissioners desire to exchange certain property upon terms, conditions agreed upon by adopting of substantially identical resolutions. Now, therefore, be it ordained by the Board of Commissioners of Scott County based upon the review of surplus personal property in the possession of Scott County Highway Department, the Board of Commissioners of Scott County resolves to exchange a roadway gate designed by the Director of the Scott County Highway Department with the City of Austin, for its use and benefit. This resolution is effective upon passage and signing, recording by the presiding officers of the fiscal body. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make
And
a motion.
actually, I would ask to amend the last sentence in there to remove fiscal body.
So this resolution is effective on the passage, signing,
By the executive.
recording by the presiding officer of the respective executive.
I think it's the,
Sorry?
oh, actually, that's right, because it's in reference to the city.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to give the city of Austin a gate.
Randy makes a motion, entertain.
I can go through all that again, but.
Entertain the resolution for transferring certain property between the purchase agency. So
I'll second the resolution.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so I'm gonna sign one of these, and everybody's gonna sign one. And that was on the 18th of January, 23. Well, I just messed that up. All right, it's got ayes and nays here, so Randy, where you at?
Yay.
Yay, Greg?
Yay.
So that's 3-0 again. So you can hand that to her. All right, now what you got?
Last thing, back to that small structure. I guess, I have an idea where we can just come out of our budget line. We may have to ask for additional appropriation, which is already in, Cambridge budget. Or I think we're gonna come out looking really good on Bridge 100 and 104, and I'm good, like really good compared to where I thought we was gonna be. I think we can pay for that within our budget. I guess maybe
Talking
just
about
need,
Reed?
yeah, but Reed, it'd be Reed Road and Gay Road, I believe we're gonna come in. Right now we have a 933,000 allotted, and I suspect we're gonna come in at like 600 and some change, time it's all said and done.
Good deal.
So, anyway, I feel like that program's something we really need to invest in so we can get an idea on where we're at for the future. So I guess that's something that we need to vote on to take bids. I'm sure there's other companies that does the same thing that United or the USI does, but I don't know who they are.
What's the amount?
They told us in here that day it's roughly $300 a structure to come in, look at it, put it in a document, GPS locate it, inspect it, so 74,000. That's, I guess, and I added a percentage to that to make sure I was covered.
So if it's under,
100%.
Zach, if it's under 150, we have to bid?
If it's over 150, you have to bid. If it's between 150 and 50, it's quotes.
Quotes, 3 quotes.
If it's below 50, yeah,
So
3
it's
quotes.
3 quotes.
Yeah, if it's below 50, it is at the discretion of the board of commissioners.
It's 75, so it's right.
Purchasing agent, I'm sorry.
So Brad Isaacs, that company he with.
I can reach out, I don't know.
So we're talking 3 companies. So I guess bring us 3 quotes.
Okay.
All right, that it?
That's it.
Thank you.
All
Thank you,
right,
Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks for what you're doing too. Next up on the agenda here is remove and add auditors' names on checking accounts. I guess we need to approve that. Mr. Attorney?
What we have?
Remove and add auditors' names on checking accounts at the banks.
I would, yes.
So I'll entertain a motion to change that. I guess we're talking multiple financial institutions, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
3 in
I thought it
town
was just-
anyway,
Yeah, I
so.
thought there was just.
Actually 4, I think. That's what she said earlier, so I'll entertain a motion to allow them to change that.
I'll make the motion to put the new auditors on, take the old off.
Randy makes a motion to remove and add auditors for the checking accounts. Greg?
I'll second that.
Greg Saxon, I'll make that unanimous, so. Next thing is consideration of human resource outsourcing position. So. I
You
will.
missed one.
What?
You missed one.
Yeah.
No, we already talked about that, that was
Yeah,
with
we've already
Ned.
done that.
That's right, we
The
did.
employee handbook, we moved
We
to,
did.
the discussion while Nick was here.
Yeah, so anyway, this deal.
Good job, Mike.
I'm on top of this.
Yeah, you are.
The consideration of human resource, let me just start by saying that years ago, I asked, cause coming from a $1 billion company that I worked for, HR was the main thread of the whole company. But in this day and age, and I'm gonna say that we as county government, we put too much on our auditor, and we talked about this in the past, that we put too much on the auditor to be HR and auditor and everything else, so, I tried to do something years ago and pretty much was shot down, but I have actually talked with other commissioners. Washington County, for instance, I think they recently, I think within the last year, they started out as a part-time and ended up within a month or two, they made it full-time. Because she was just so busy, they said, you know, we see the need for it and whatever. One of the things I'd like to see, and I'm talking for myself, is that the HR person is an independent person. They're not an elected official. They're not, they're not someone that is political, I guess, what I'm gonna say, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that they should be a neutral person for each individual employee that we have. And again, the other part of this is that some of those things that go to HR are confidential and don't really need to be ran through a political office. And I mean, that's my opinion. So I tried to ask years ago, because I know we use Irwin Shirley a lot. I wanted to know if some of the funding would offset that, if we didn't use them as much and we use our own HR person. But I'm not saying we will probably continue to use them on a lot of things. I mean, because they are a good source of information. But if we can find the funding, and I'd be all for it, and I'm gonna let Randy and Greg talk about what they think about it, so.
And just to put in perspective, like what Irwin Shilly does, they help approve, for instance, the employee handbook, the rules and policies that are in there, that not approve, but they help draft, using their resources. They also can help with things like Kelly Day ordinance, for instance, that was there today. They can do those types of things. What they can't do is be on the ground in Scott County on a day-to-day basis to address potential issues that may arise. So that has always fallen on, I think, the auditor's office to fill that gap. Even if you approved it, it wouldn't necessarily mean that you would, get rid of Irwin Shilly, but that you should be adding kind of a specific person locally for all of that information to run through and then back from Irwin Shilly if there was anything that needed to go to them, so.
Go ahead, Randy.
Well, one thing I'm definitely for this. We have like 200 employees. I mean.
2+.
Yeah, so any company that size needs human resources. It's good business sense, period. On top of which, historically speaking, in our county, and I'm sure we're not the only county that's done this before I make this statement, but it's always been, if the Republicans are in charge, then Republicans are gonna be working there. If Democrats are in charge, Democrats are gonna be working there. Or they go through clean house, one way or another. For the first time, I would like to see since the Republicans are in charge, that human resources come in and get it to where, you're a person, you have a job, it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat, your job's safe. So, that's why I would like to go this direction.
Greg?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly for an HR position. you know, every department is unique, they all do different things, and they need, not only our 200+ workers, but also department heads and managers, they need that resource. So I think it's, that's a very valuable position, and, I would certainly be for that.
Well, I'm gonna go back to that again, because when I first became a commissioner, I made a statement, I guess, to, all county government, I guess, on their hiring practices. And at the end of every application or a post, I guess, about a new hire, it always says equal opportunity employer. And I've laughed, you know, pretty hysterically, I guess, at times when I see how one department hires different than another department, and another one hires different than another department. And I told them, I said, you're opening yourself up for a lawsuit one of these days, because you don't hire the same way every time. And I would welcome a new HR person, that if any departments want to hire somebody, that process goes really through them on the, you know, at the beginning of this, so that the process is the same for everybody in the county. And the other part of that I'm gonna say is that with an HR person, our managers, and I say managers, our department heads, our people, even our elected officials, need certain type of training that they aren't getting. I mean, they need to know how to hire people, they know how to fire people, they need to know how to acknowledge if somebody's been under the influence of alcohol or drugs or whatever. You know, me as a operations manager for UPS, every year I had to go through the same training every year. And we don't do it at all. You know, we don't do sexually harassment training, we don't do any type of stuff like that. And a lot of times we need to make sure our managers understand how they can treat their employees and how they can talk to them and what they can do and what they can't do. But I'm just saying, this position, I think, would open us up for a better flux of information to our employees and to help our managers. I mean, to help our department heads and to help our elected officials to know, here's the law, and here's what you can do, and here's what you can't do, and Zach can't be here every minute to answer everybody's questions, but I think that's another reason why I think it's imperative that we find the money or whatever, and I think there is some money out there someplace, so that's.
Well, I mean, you know, I've been foreman, at Phoenix Happy Harris for 8 years. I was a foreman at Jeff Boat. I've got experience with hiring and firing people, or letting them go. It's never a pleasant thing when you gotta let somebody go. But, you know, believe it or not, well, of course everybody should believe this, that was not one of the criterias I had to face when I became a commissioner. That wasn't something that I had to have as a job skill in order to run for this office. And it's not been a requirement since I've been here. So I think that human resources it just makes sense.
Well, I think to add to that, I think it's also probably cost effective, because what we would spend in a position, we would probably reap the benefits of a lawsuit that we probably could maybe deter.
We've had lawsuits.
Oh, I know we've had many over the years, and a lot of people don't know we get sued frequently, but maybe we can deter some of that. I mean, and if, so I'll entertain a motion to push this to the council and see if they can, find some funding to, whether it's between reducing Irwin Shealy to, hey, is there a department out here that has not rehired somebody that, you know, they could possibly do without or something, or maybe we can, you know, suck it up someplace else. Or I know there might be a line item that has some money on it that has never been used in the past for secretaries and for this board and the council, and maybe there's money out there that we don't even know we got. But I think we pass it here, we send it to the council and let them smack it around and see if they can find, hey, I think we can or we can't, so.
I've got one question for you.
Just one, I'm gonna
Just
write that
one.
down.
Would this be a position that would have the power to hire, fire, and discipline?
That would be a job, and that, I think that would have to go in front of, being part of the job description, and that, I think that's premature to.
I think.
Well, you'd have to know.
To the answer.
In my views, the human resource person would be present at every time that a department head wants to hire somebody, and through that process,
They're gonna provide guidance.
Yeah, just by the handbook, department heads have some of those types of powers. And it depends on which department you're talking about, really. I mean, but I think that an HR position would be a person who is consulted before final decisions get made.
Okay.
On both ends.
Correct.
Yeah.
They're an avenue.
They're part of the process, cause you'll have a department head, it's gonna tell you one way or the other. The HR is gonna tell you one way or the other. He's gonna tell you one way or the other, and some of them come to us.
Because there are, I mean, like right now, the handbook has a situation that discusses how to deal with a situation where you're complaining about a department head, for instance.
Okay.
The department head at that point is removed from the process in terms of the ability to make final decisions.
Okay.
That's in the handbook presently, but so this might be a person who can again step in as kind of a neutral party, and when a final decision maker has to be consulted in a situation like that, they would be there to advise both sides.
That answer your question?
I'm satisfied with that.
Anybody else?
Well, I think it's also a good time, to bring somebody in, hopefully, and start looking at some of the hiring practices and stuff of our handbook that may need amended. And I actually, the sheriff brought this up to me, in conversation on some things, and I agree that there's probably some things we need to start looking at that's kind of outdated. So maybe this is a good time collectively for county government to come together with an HR person and start looking at some different things.
John?
With an HR, I mean, if I come to the department heads, like for the highway department, since he's sitting here, if he's got a guy that does something wrong, does that get reported, you write him up, then is that gonna go to HR if that happens? You're gonna have a process of paperwork, say if a guy keeps on messing up, if you don't have the paperwork or they don't get it turned in, if you get mad at him and you fire him, that's a lawsuit, is that correct?
I think,
Well,
Shane-
just to be clear,
I mean, how's that
hang on,
process?
couple things. Depending on the situation.
Yeah.
Employment in the county is at will.
Yeah.
I just wanna be clear, the handbook is very clear on that subject throughout the handbook.
Okay.
So.
I've never seen handbook, that's what
Hey, it is established by ordinance, so it is actually an ordinance that was passed by commissioners and council together. And my copy is sitting in the trunk of my car right now, I apologize. As it relates to, I'd say the same thing. This is America.
Yeah,
Anybody can sue anybody for anything.
I know that, yeah.
Legitimate lawsuit on a wrongful discharge, again, my advice to the commissioners at any point has been that it's at will employment. Any reason, no reason, or a bad reason. So long as you don't run afoul of certain restrictions on that involve constitutional and statutory guarantees by the federal and state governments. And to get to your question on what is the process, there is a disciplinary process if it were to come to that. And department heads should know that, there are levels, depending on the type of issue that comes up, what the suggested avenues are in the handbook. And if it were to ever come to a point where there was a adverse employment decision that was considered, I would always advise going back to that handbook and looking at the types of classifications that it gives to offenses and looking at what it says. And building from there, rather than just, you know, it's not.
So the handbook's the Bible?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Not a contract, but the Bible.
State government same way too, John, it's at will.
Yeah.
Well, state of Indiana is.
Yeah. Right to work.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to consider a human resource position for the Scott County to send it to the council for possible funding.
I'll make a motion to add a human resources, officer to Scott County government.
Randy makes a motion to add a human resource officer or human resource position to county government. Greg?
I second that.
Greg seconds that, and I'm gonna make that unanimous, so hopefully we can find some money. Moving on, cause Johnny's bedtime is past, and we make sure he doesn't fall asleep.
I'm getting old.
City of Austin tax sale property, and I'm gonna tell you, explain a little bit how this is, and Zach's probably gonna jump in there too, but the city of Austin, and this has happened in the city of Austin before, it's also happened in Scott County and the city of Scottsburg before. It's where we have a piece of property, or they have a piece of property that is in their city limits that has been, the house on it's been demolished or something by a court order or whatever, and no one's paying the taxes on it. So it's technically off the tax roll. The city of Austin has 2 properties right now that they want to be able to, for us to assign a tax sale certificate to them so that they can turn around, which they would own the property at that time, and they would turn around and sell that to a developer or somebody so that they could build a house on it or sell the property to somebody else, and then it would be back on the Scott County tax roll.
In this specific circumstance, we're not necessarily dealing with, I mean, I don't know for sure the facts on the ground, but we're not necessarily dealing with a circumstance where a house was demolished, but we are definitely dealing with a circumstance where a property was put up for tax sale and it was not purchased.
Yeah.
So it has effectively been removed from the county tax roll, and because there is nobody to collect from at this point. It's become a type of county asset. The resolution proposed by the city would assign rights under the tax sale certificate, and the ability to dispose of the property, you know, do what they need with it. They handle all the notices and everything and just take over responsibility for it. You know, it is a situation where it's a request. There's clear statutory authority to be able to do this, but it's your all's discretion.
Well, again,
Did the county just sell them?
They tried.
we tried to sell it at tax sale.
Nobody bought it.
Nobody bought it, cause actually, Johnny, from what I understood today was the taxes are over $10,000 for this piece of property, and nobody wants to absorb that $10,000 for the property. So what the city did, and on one of these, and I don't know which one, but one of these had a house on it, which they, again, you know, tore down, cleaned it off, and now they're trying to sell it to, you know, us, technically just giving it to them so that they can turn around and sell it to someone that is going to do something with it. Because once it comes out of the county government and goes back to a private or personal landowner, then it's taxable again. So right now, it's not a tax, I
And
mean,
that's why the tax sale procedure exists, so that, the county can recoup, the taxes that have been owed. And another private party comes in and maybe purchases it for a steal, you know, that is the tax sale idea. But they obtain legal rights to the property after a certain period of time that the former owner fails to redeem. And in this circumstance, I think that we've had a situation where that process has been completed and no one stepped up to purchase it, so.
yeah. So does everybody understand what we're talking about? Randy, you got any questions or thoughts, Greg?
No.
I mean, we've done this in the past, I mean, it's, sometimes you scratch your head and go, do we really wanna do that, give away a piece of property? But unless we're gonna get in the business of doing something like the city's doing, you know, they have a better thought of, you know, some of the property use and whatever, so, and yes, somebody may get a good deal out there someplace, but, you know, as long as they put a, you know, nice home on it or whatever, and somebody starts paying taxes on it again, we get our money, we get some money back. So, I'll go ahead and read it. There's two resolutions here. One of them says it's a resolution assigning tax sale certificate. The other one says pretty much the same thing. Or are they two different, just in two different fonts? They look identical.
Well, one is, I'm sorry, this is for the, city.
Okay, all right.
Yes, just to show that there are two identical.
Okay.
Resolutions.
All right.
Actually, you know, I do have a question.
Yes.
So why couldn't the county keep it and sell it? And then, would that not be the same?
I mean, I would say we factually, like, we attempted to do that to a certain degree under the tax sale. And I don't know that the city intends to sell it. You're just assigning the rights under the tax sale to the city. And they may.
So if they keep it and they use it, then we do not get anything from it.
Well.
This is on a side street in Austin. I mean, it's
to Mike's point, the likelihood of obtaining anything for these properties that did not sell at tax sale is fairly low. I mean, maybe in my estimate, it's maybe not worth that much, but and you're not presently going to be able to obtain any type of tax revenue from the properties until such time that somebody else would have stepped in and take it over.
I get that, I guess, so, all right, we take this piece of property and we give this piece of property to the city of Austin.
Yes.
At that point in time, city of Austin either A, keeps it and puts something on it for them, or B, they sell it. Right?
Yeah.
They would, yes, to get the.
So if the property's worth them either keeping it for themselves or selling it, then it's worth something.
I'm not here to tell you
right,
which
no.
way to go, I'm just.
If you took that property and gave it to a developer, if it's big enough to build a house on, well, that developer agreed to build a house, when that house sold, that not that big a tax base back to the county.
The city of Austin's very hard
It's
to buy
coming back to the county no matter what.
So either if you sell for $1 or give it away.
Yeah, it's coming back to we're gonna get the tax
I think
revenue back off of it.
that's the general benefit idea, like, that maybe the county is not able to obtain. Again, the only thing you can obtain in this situation is the taxes owed.
I get that.
So it's not as if we have like a general, ownership. We're assigning a tax sale certificate right, which we can only collect the amount that's owed on the property, which could be, I mean, sometimes things go up for tax sale, but there's minimal amounts.
Yeah, there's not.
I don't know what specifically this one is owed on. Again, this is
It's
just,
over $10,000, is what it says here.
so, but the the transference in lieu of any payment, which, just to be clear, there's nothing paid by the city of Austin in this resolution. The idea would be that in the future, you would be able to gain some type of benefit by whatever they're gonna do with it would generate tax revenue.
I don't see the city of Austin doing anything with this other than selling it for a house because it's on the corner of Church and Paulina. And the house has been tore down, so it's a vacant lot right now, so ventured to saying there's not even a picture of it outside of a GIS overhead. So I'm assuming they're wanting to sell it to a developer that's gonna build a, 950 square foot home and hopefully, it gets back on our tax roll and we got some revenue coming back, so.
And they already had one, I think, that's working on Church Street, just brought up in that, I think.
I mean, I don't care to, Scottsburg, Austin, whatever, I don't care to help either one of them out. But I don't want to ever do something at the cost of, when we could be helping our own tax base.
I get that, but we're not gonna, I get where you're saying, because I guess if we can find a method or a remedy to where we could sell property.
We haven't, the other thing is, like, we haven't obtained title to the parcel yet, we just have the tax lien.
Yeah, it's still in the
So the
people's
city,
name.
by signing the tax sale certificate, the city is saying, we will do all the steps necessary to obtain title.
Yeah. So it's gonna cost us an additional probably $1,500 in fees to get it to where we can even get it on names.
I don't know.
I know. So, but anyway.
Well, I mean, I understand, here's where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna agree to do this time, to just keep, so we can move on. But we probably ought to look into this further to see all the pros and cons to the county. Cause I don't wanna cheat the county just to be a nice guy to help
Well, it's not,
Austin or Scottsburg.
it's not, and I get where you're saying, because I think what you're saying is that you have a piece of property, that may be worth $15,000-$20,000, maybe, I don't know, don't know what the value of the property is right there. But you're gonna say, okay, if we as Scott County government can't sell it at a tax sale, I would have to go back to Zach again, I don't know if we could legally, I don't know that any other legal remedies that we could have at our disposal outside of saying, hey, put a for sale sign out there and saying, hey, the Scott County government's got this property for sale. I don't think you can do that outside of a tax sale, because, and he may tell us differently, but I'm like you. If we could down the road say, we have an avenue in these circumstances that we could say, we're gonna take possession of the property and put a for sale sign on it and sell it, whatever funding you make, you turn around and, sell it to somebody else.
Yeah, well, I mean.
And that's what they're gonna do, but
If the city of Scottsburg can do it, if the city of Austin can do it, so can we.
I get that, and I get that, but I don't know the avenue that we have.
Right, at this moment.
To do that outside of a tax sale.
At this moment, we don't.
Okay.
But I think it's something we need to look into in the
Yeah,
future.
I get it, but I'd love to know the remedy, cause outside of a tax sale, I don't know how county government can ever sell a piece of property, so, you can sell, if we own a piece of property, we can sell it.
Yeah.
This is a third party that owns this property that, I don't know how outside of a tax sale or a sheriff's sale that we could ever sell it and possess it, so.
Yeah, and until that gets figured out, if we don't do that, then we're stuck with just excess land.
Well,
that's not good.
For instance, in this 10,000 owed, the houses we did on Maple Street, they had the sewer and water already there, and we paid 11,000 with empty lots with the house door off of them. So, that gives you an idea. So they're not very valuable lots in Austin right now.
Well, yeah, and this looks like a small lot, but it is a corner lot, which some people like, so. So, I'll entertain a motion, and I guess I'm gonna read this, so everybody understands what it is. Scott County, Indiana Board of Commissioners Resolution 2023. The resolution assigning 2022 tax sale certificate to the city of Austin pursuant to Indiana Code 61-1224-9.
I gotta go.
You had enough?
Yep.
See ya.
And 36-1-11-8, whereas the Scott County Auditor and the Scott County Treasurer conducted and completed the county's 2022 tax sale pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1-1-24 on October 7th, 2022. Whereas certain real estate in Scott County, Indiana was offered for sale in the 2022 tax sale and an amount was not received equal to or in excess of the minimum sale price prescribed by Indiana Code 6-1-1-24-5E and F, specifically the real estate load at 605 Church Street within the city of Austin, hereafter referred as the parcel. Whereas pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1-1-24-6A, the Scott County Board of Commissioners County acquired a lien in the amount of the minimal sale price within the respected to the parcel. Whereas the Scott County Auditor has issued a tax sale certificate to the county for the parcel pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1-1-24-6B and 6-1-1-24-9. Said certificate is attached hereto and incorporated herewithin as Exhibit A. Whereas pursuant to the Indiana Code 6-1-1-24-6B, when the county acquires a certificate under the Indiana Code 6-1-24-6B, the county has rights as a purchaser. Whereas pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1-24-6B, when the county acquired its lien on the property, no money was paid by the county. Whereas Indiana Code 6-1-24-9D authorized county to assign a certificate of sale held in the name of the county to any political subdivision during the life of the tax sale certificate. Whereas the parcel is in the city of Austin, whereas the county by and through its Board of Commissioners and the city of Austin by and through the Board of Public Works and Safety City have determined that it would be in the best interest of Scott County and the city if the tax sale certificate for the parcel is assigned to the county to the city pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1-24-9D. Whereas the county and the city agree to no money shall be paid by the city for the assignment of the tax sale for the parcel to the city. Whereas the city desires to accept an assignment of the tax sale certificate held by the county for the parcel. Whereas the city has agreed that after the tax sale certificate is assigned to the city through its city attorney will give statutory notice and not deemed performed all steps within by Indiana law to obtain title in the name of the city of the parcel through insurance of tax deed from the auditor of Scott County. Whereas Indiana Code 36-1-11-8 authorizes the transfer of property between governmental entities upon terms and conditions agreed upon by the entities as evidenced by the adoption of substantially identical resolution by each entity. Whereas the city, by adopting substantial identical resolution, will be authorized to accept the assignment of the tax sale certificate for the parcel. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the following the county and city's adoption of substantially identical resolutions to authorize the city of the tax sale certificate for the parcel held in the name of county to the city of Austin, the county will assign a tax sale certificate for the parcel to the city pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1-24-9C and D. No money shall be paid by the county or by the city for the assignment to its tax sale certificate of the parcel. The following assignment, the following assignment of the tax sale certificate, city may give notice and take all steps necessary to obtain title to the parcel. If the parcel is not deemed a city through the city attorney, it will follow and comply with the required statutory procedures for insurance of tax deed for the parcel for the Scott County Auditor to the city, a city incorporation with the state of Indiana pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1-25-1. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption. Not reading it again. All right, I'll entertain a motion if everybody's done with their discussion.
I'm going to use a lifeline phone friend. No,
And I agree with you, Randy. I think that in the future, I think we need to look at avenues that maybe we can do something, but I don't know what that is, and we'd have to look.
All right, I'll make a motion to give it away to Austin.
If you would characterize that as,
I'll make a
pass
motion
resolution,
to pass
first or second reading or both?
first reading.
No.
First
First and
and second reading.
Okay.
Pass resolution number 2023-R
At a single meeting.
in a single meeting.
Greg?
I'll second that.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so we have to vote, so Randy, yay or nay?
Yay.
Greg, yay or nay?
Yay.
It's 3-0. So, passed by the Board of Commissioners on January the 18th, 2022, with a 3-0. Make sure, Randy, you sign in the right place here. Moving right along.
Spell it R-A-N-D, yeah.
Moving right along, Zach Stewart, professional contract pursuant to a yearly, contract with, our attorney. As Zach, I think, talked about in the last meeting, nothing changed in this, no money or anything else, so, is that correct?
Yes, I would like to make one correction to the, paragraph 2A, the annual retainer fee for 2023, not 2022.
So noted. So can we sign one with me just changing that?
Yeah. You can just,
I just
pass,
did.
approve it as amended. I mean,
All right,
it's a scrivener's error, every other date in there is 2023 letters.
I'll entertain a motion to accept Zach's contract for the calendar year, 2023 for exactly the same amount that he charged last year.
I'll make a motion to accept Zach's contract.
Randy makes a motion to accept the contract for our county attorney.
You notice how you didn't correct me and tell me how to do that one?
Greg.
Well, that one, you don't have to.
I'll second it.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so, I'm gonna say the 18th. All right, try to get through this. Consideration of special invoices, Mitchell Allen and I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know how much it's for. It's for the architect for some renderings and some, work they did upstairs. It's for the work they did upstairs, and it looks like it's in the amount. This is for the this is for the judges that, what's that for?
There's two, that's,
Okay.
you're gonna need to pack it out.
This is for renderings that, is this, I'm looking at this now, looks like there's a lump sum fee of $16,000. Oh, I see, there's two invoices here. So there's two invoices here, one for October the 5th, 2022, and the amount of $12,000, and then there's another one on November the 18th of 2022 for $4,000, so, these are for, at the request of,
Judge Mel.
of our legal people upstairs, asking to see if they can have an architect look and see about finding some additional room up there for another court and stuff, so I guess you wanna look at that?
I've seen it, but I'm Jeff sent it out, so.
So I'll entertain a motion to pay this bill in the total amount of $16,000.
I'll make a motion to pay Mitchell, Allen, and Ritz Architects invoices.
Okay. Randy makes a motion to pay the $16,000 to Mitchell Allen and Greg.
I'll second that.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make it unanimous, so. Would you say that was, else is in here?
And there is the phone stipends, and then there's also the last payments of the Ecotech. That's the last payments through 2022.
So we need to amend the agenda to,
Yeah, we'll have to do that.
we'll need to amend the agenda to accept that, to vote on that.
Hang on a minute. Oh, I guess the reason John signed this one for Judge Mount's $50 phone stipend is because I voted against it, so. So this one hadn't been paid? It's
I
not
don't believe
gonna,
any of those
it's not
have
gonna
been
get paid either, so. What was this last thing up here, 12/15? This here has already been in front of this board, so this actually just needs to go to the council because it was voted here 2-1, me being the non-voter, to go to the council, but the issue here again is that there is not a line item in the council's 2023 budget for phone stipends, so. But anyway, I don't know why we're getting that one, so I'm gonna just set it aside because it's already been talked about. Ecotech.
That's what we got to amend the agenda to talk about.
Alright, I'll entertain a motion to amend the agenda to pay a claim here with Ecotech, so.
I'll make the motion.
Randy makes a motion to amend the agenda to pay a invoice or a claim here. Greg?
I'll second that.
I'll make that unanimous, so. Back to this Ecotech, and we'll try to explain this a little bit. We paid invoices back, I think up till August, and then the fund ran out, so we had, I think council had to move money around to pay the additional, so. This sticky note on here, does this say that we're short $37,908.69, what's that out of the?
I think that was all the funds that they used. I think the last time it might have been the timber fund and the rental fund.
Well, if we pass this claim, it'll go to the council and they'll have to figure out what fund they're gonna pull it out of, but I know these are invoices for September, October, November, and December, and this is in an amount of $47,908.69, so all we can do is pay our bills, so I'll entertain a motion to pay Ecotech.
I'll make that motion to pay Ecotech.
Randy?
Yeah.
Said, we're going, Randy made a motion to accept the to pay the $47,908.69 to Ecotech to zero out the balance of 2022, Greg?
I'll second that.
Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so. There should be a place for me to sign. I guess I'll just sign right here. And as far as the one with the $50 stipend, I don't know, I'm gonna hold on to that one now. That's that one. Board appointments. I know that everybody's had an opportunity to look at the board appointments. I'm gonna ask because there's a bunch of them here, so I'm just going to say, I'm gonna ask for a motion to pass the board appointments except for, 4 different areas, and there's a reason for that. And I guess the reason I'm asking now is that we did get, the request from the health board tonight, so, I would like to table that one, but I'm gonna just say this and I'll make the motion. I'd like to accept the board appointments that each of us have made, except tabling the tourism board, one southern RDA, county health officer, and the board of health appointments, so I'm actually making that motion, and I'm gonna say, because everybody's got.
Mike, can you tell me those again? I've got health board.
Visitors Commission, the health board,
Okay.
health officer,
And one southern
and
Indian.
one southern
RDA,
RDA.
yeah. And the reason is, one of them, we've got a legal question about, and the other two, we just found out tonight, so I'd like to kind of, and the other one, we need to have a meeting before we talk about that one, so. But I will say, we do have a list, and I tried to,
And that list doesn't include the appointees for the, community corrections advisory.
that's
board.
correct, that's another one, we'll table that one too, cause, so, community corrections, visitors board, one southern RDA, county health officer, and the county, or the board of health. I will get this on a sheet, on this sheet, I tried to do it today, and because our new, I actually had to talk to Andrew, because you can't edit on our computer systems, you can't edit a PDF.
Okay.
So he's actually, I have to I have to buy a software to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So anyway, he's getting it straightened out, but anyway, so I made the motion to accept the or all the appointments, except those that we talked about, so I'll entertain a second or third or whatever.
I'll second that.
Randy seconds that motion, and Greg?
Yes.
Are you asleep? Greg makes that unanimous, so moving right along. Bereavement package for county employees, and, Randy, I think that's something you've been working on, so I'll let you speak on that.
So currently, right now, the county, as an entity, does not, give employees, send out a bereavement package meaning flowers or something, when an immediate, family member has passed away. The commissioners have a, line, item from where, what's the trucking company?
Venture.
Venture Trucking, that pays us $1,500 a month to park their vehicles on John Jones parking lot. I would like to go to the council and ask for $1,500 a year, just $1,500 a year, to be put into set aside into a line item in order to send flowers to, any, employee that might have lost a loved one.
Alright, I'll agree with that, but I don't know if we really need to, if you're taking it out of that commissioner fund, we can spend that fund any way we want. So you wouldn't have to drop it in a line item, you could just say, if we just say, hey, we want it, and we did that because when Mr. Abbott back there mowed the landfill, we took that money out of there and we didn't have to go to the board, and I mean, they approve it, but it's coming out of our fund.
Right.
We could do the same thing with flowers or anything else, we just need to probably make a precedent of saying, we're making a policy that says.
I'm trying to get it to where, a department head can call in and say, one of my employees has lost a mother or father,
Okay.
and then that way they can immediately take the money out and do it without having to go through the hassle of going through meetings.
I don't know how you spend money without, is there cause everything would have to go through the council unless it's.
I'm trying to keep it from having to go a month before we
Yeah, I know,
get
I
there.
see what you're saying, but I
Package.
don't, that would be, I don't know how you do that. I mean, I guess if you made a line item that says it's for bereavement, whatever, everybody could pull from that line item, but the receipt from the flower shop or whatever they did would have to come back as a claim that would have to come here and be approved at a regular meeting, and then, I mean, the purchase would already happen.
Right, I think it would, the proper way we would probably have to do it, and I'm spitballing, okay, but like, for instance, Kevin has an employee that someone passed away in their family, he call, the auditor's office, and the auditor's office take it out of that line item and call the flower department, or flower, florist, I'm sorry, and put the order in for it, and they receive that claim.
Most flower
Right.
shops will give you credit, because we do that our work. You know, if you call and order flowers, they'll send you a bill, you got usually, 15 or 20, 30 days to pay for it.
Well, maybe we should just do it that way instead, and then do it like what you said, Mike.
I think that'd probably be,
Yeah. That might be the best way to do it, just like what you said. I never thought about charging.
so, I don't know, I'd say, I mean, I'm for doing that, and I always thought that, you know, that it should have been that way, but, you know, how to do it in a manner that immediately happens, but I mean, I guess we could go to, we could go to the 3 or 4 flower shops or whatever that's in town, whether it's JC store, Walmart, Fashion Flowers or Marty's or whoever's still, you know, still in business, or the one over here on the square. We could go to all those and say, hey, can we set up an account? And we're gonna do it on a rotation of, hey, we're going here first, the next one we're going here, and we're gonna go here and come back. And as long as they can do a 30-day, you know, credit, then they send us the invoice, we pay the invoice and be done with it, so, either
Yeah,
way.
I think that would be good. One thing I would like to add though is I'd like it to be that whatever we decide on be the same package for everybody, so nobody feels like, you know, as close as possible.
Well, it has to be a set
Same
amount.
dollar amount.
Like I said, I mean, you're not gonna spend $120 on one and $50 on the other, so, I mean.
Right.
However you wanna do it, so.
Might be a good job for our new human resources.
So, I'm for it, I mean, I don't know how you do it, I think we need to probably figure out, hey, do we reach out and say, can you have a 30-day net or whatever, so. So what do you want from us? You want a consensus, you wanna,
Well, I'd like to bring it
You
to a
wanna
vote,
vote?
let it go to the council to.
I think it's.
Well, I guess it don't have to go to the council, I'm sorry, we just went through that, I'm tired, I didn't catch it. So, I'd like to bring it to a vote that we go ahead and,
Create a fund,
create a fund for a bereavement package.
make the motion.
Thought it
Is
did.
that on the first count, second count?
I'd like to make a motion.
So to create a fund, you would have to go to council, like
Yeah,
a
they'd have to
line
put it
item.
on a line item.
If the question is, can you use an already existing line item dedicated to commissioner discretion uses for this purpose? I don't see why not.
Okay, here.
Saying what
I got it.
saying what you're
I
saying
got it.
there, I mean, if,
So I would like to make a motion for Scott County to reach out and talk to the florist about getting a charge account set up for Scott County government.
There you go.
and I agree with that, cause that way, they have a 30-day net, they send the invoice to us, Jenny gets it, she takes it out of our account, it's done, so. So, Randy makes a motion to create a bereavement package for county employees, to send it to the council for them to, approve, I guess, and then
Well,
also,
it don't go to council.
and then also to reach out to, whoever the florists are in town, or where you can buy flowers or whatever.
But now they don't go to council. Right.
I don't think there's.
If you're not gonna move it on a line
Yeah,
item, I
if
don't
the money's
think so.
been appropriated, it's in a
It's in our
fund
account.
that is at discretion use by commissioners. I don't know why we would need to go back to council for appropriation or the creation of a,
Yeah, cause I don't wanna shove the florist out who's giving us credit a month and a half, 2 months
No, I
before they
think
get
you'd just be
paid.
able to, assuming that you would make a purchase just like any department head does.
Yeah.
And in the name of the commissioners and approve a claim at a meeting, the next.
So my motion is to just, start a charge account with the florist in Scott County for a bereavement package.
All right, Randy makes a motion to create a charge account with Forest in Scott County to help with bereavement packages for county employees, correct?
I'll second that.
Greg seconds it, I'll make that unanimous. So,
Thanks, Ed.
anybody else have anything? Greg, you got anything? Randy, you got anything extra?
No.
You talked a lot tonight.
Yeah, we
so-
did.
Hey,
So-
we've got minutes and we've also got accounts payable, and I don't know, this got missed last time, there was a title that needs to be signed by the commissioner for a trailer for the sheriff's department.
So when was that bought?
Before I got here.
Purchase date,
That was
purchase,
before Jimmy.
purchase date was 5/22/17.
2017.
Yeah.
No.
You said when it was bought? Purchase date right there.
Wait a minute, did he sell it?
Yeah, that's good.
He probably sold it, needs a title signed by us. so we
Right,
can-
I thought you asked when was it bought?
Oh, no, it looked, I
You
was
mean
wondering,
when did he sell it?
it wasn't a purchase, it was we're selling it, so.
All I know is the title needs to be signed, they're called next to
Well,
Oh. I have a question. Does this have anything to do with a acquisition by the sheriff's department in the last week?
I don't have a clue what this is, so I think we need to send it back to him and ask him to clarify.
Yeah, because we don't
'Cause
know.
I'm not signing something, I don't know what it is. You said you had,
I don't know if that was about
is everybody,
here.
let's just go back to the minutes, everybody had an opportunity to look at the January 4th minutes. Randy,
What's it?
do you have an opportunity to look at the minutes of?
I did.
January the 4th, I need to entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes on 1/4/23.
Randy makes a motion to accept the minutes on 1/4/23. Greg, you had an opportunity to say them?
Yes, and I'll
You-
second that.
You second that, and I'll make that unanimous. So now, what else you got down there, Jim?
there's a FMLA, and then there's the, payroll docket.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept the payroll.
Amend the agenda.
Yeah, because it's not on the agenda, so I'll have to amend the agenda to accept the payroll so everybody can get paid. So,
I'll second that.
Greg makes a motion to accept the amendment to the agenda for the payroll, Randy.
Which one of you made it? Was it?
Huh?
Randy?
Greg made it.
Greg made the motion. I second
I
that.
jumped in front of Randy.
The amended agenda.
So I'll make that unanimous, so everybody can get paid.
Okay.
And I'll take that off right now, go ahead and sign out.
He's gotta,
Huh?
he's gotta agree to it.
Oh, I know,
Oh, okay.
I haven't signed it, I'm just looking at it, see what it is. Okay, there's an FMLA request there as well. Yeah. You already looked at the FMLA, didn't you, Randy?
Yes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the FMLA request.
Oh, I'll make the motion to accept the FMLA request.
Randy makes a motion to accept the FMLA request. Greg?
I'll second.
Greg seconds that, I'll make that unanimous, so. And this has been the longest meeting in history.
We went further longer, haven't we?
We've had one.
Or have we not? We probably haven't, have we? In my 2 years.
All right, Randy, you got anything extra?
I do not.
Greg, you got anything extra? No. Jennifer, you got anything extra?
Do we have a motion to accept the payroll docket?
Yes.
And who did that?
Greg made it, and Randy seconded, and I made it unanimous.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Attorney, you got anything extra?
Where do you go?
Back here,
All right, I'll entertain a motion to close the meeting.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Randy makes a motion to adjourn the meeting. Greg seconds that, and I'll make that unanimous, so turn the bird. Flip the
Give me
bird.
1 second.